Hey guys, welcome back to another Dark and Darker drama stream. Well, it's not really drama. But I've been getting asked quite a lot over the last week to talk about what's going on with Dark and Darker on stream. And I don't even have Dark and Darker installed, by the way. I meant what I said before. People said that they were gonna see me on wipe and they thought I was gonna play this game. They really thought. I don't even have Dark and Darker installed right now. I've had this installed. I last played on June 17th, which was 2 weeks ago. Now, SDF has completely lost his mind this wipe, as a lot of you have probably already have seen. The player count is at an all-time low. We have never seen the player count this low on Steam. And I think he is getting a little bit desperate. I think his ramblings are getting a little bit crazier every single day. And I think he's realizing, at least in his own little bubble, in his own way, I think SDF is realizing that he is actually completely fucking up his game. I think he's realized that he is going to the point of no return. He doesn't know what he's doing. It's very clear. So I want to do a little bit of a discussion on what SDF is rambling about in the kitchen, which includes him admitting that he might return solos and random gear modifiers, which makes no sense because he's been preaching for weeks now that random modifiers and solos is like basically ruining the game. So I don't know what he's doing, but I am gonna talk about it. So welcome, guys, welcome. Oh, this game's dying. It'll be dead pretty soon. If uh if SDF does not revert the random modifier change and he doesn't revert the solo and duo change, I think this game will be sub 2000 or sub 1000 players very, very soon. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the kitchen nonsense and we'll go from there. Oh, I made a meme, by the way. I thought it was kind of funny. Not really, but it was so funny. I saw Grayson was listening to Nickelback. Do you guys know that that song, the photograph song, where the guy says, "Look at this graph." I just imagine, I just imagine SDF holding up the freaking player chart graph, and I just thought it was super, super funny. I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid, but I thought it was so funny. Oh my god. Anyway, welcome everybody. Let me make sure I didn't miss. I've been rambling for a few minutes now. Let me check real quick if I missed any comments. Classic Dark and Darker would be sick. If we had playtests for Dark and Darker, I would play it right now. No joke. I would play a private server for Dark and Darker right now. 100%. Why don't they lower queues? Bro, it's not even about lowering queues anymore. It's not it's not about lowering queues. That's not going to fix the game anymore. Okay? It's not going to fix it. Because if you look at the player count right now, we're getting so low in players that lowering the queue total is actually hurting the game even more because you have even less players per queue. Because when you have 20,000 players and you have the amount of queues that they had last season, it's still not as bad as having 2,000 players and having the amount of queues that they have right now. I'm not back on that. My game's not even installed, Buster. Edit him into a Nickelback meme, you're begging? Bro, I thought about it. I've never really made a meme like that, but I 100% considered making a meme for the Nickelback. I thought that would be such a funny little video. I know it'll get demonetized, but it doesn't really matter. It would be really funny. It would be so funny. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not really a pro meme maker, unfortunately. I would totally do it if I had the if I had the you know, if I ever did it before. But yeah, the current player count, even with the reduced queue size, doesn't really mean anything because now with the player count dropping down as low as we are, it's just so over. So I want to talk about the SDF's kitchen, by the way. All right, this is the entire point of why I wanted to, this is why I started out with Dark and Darker, for my stream category. I am probably gonna play Dungeon Stalkers after I'm done ranting about Dark and Darker. I meant what I said. I really do not want to play this game until solos is added back. No solos means there's no game for me. The thought of playing solos and having to fight trios and just dying because they're in a trio just sounds so miserable. So I don't think I can bring myself to play this. I don't think I can bring myself to do it unless SDF decides to bring solos back. All right, so there's a lot of deranged. There is a lot of rambling here that SDF does. His kitchen is never very tidy, so keep that in mind. I will show you the brief message. I'm not gonna bait you into waiting for me to show you where he says solos might come back, because I'm not here to bait you. I am actually serious. Hold on, let me find it real quick. I know I read it earlier. Here it is. We are fully committed to finding a solution that can satisfy solo players. If the current system, where various group types play together, cannot provide that satisfaction, it won't. You can tell by the player count. This has never been a freaking secret. We've known for over a month. Then we will confidently bring solo queue fact. In fact, we will shift our focus towards fine-tuning dungeon balance and design specifically for solo play. Bro is actually... He is coping so hard. He's trying to flip-flop. I can already see it, guys. I can see the flip-flop vision. I can see it. Step 1, remove solos and duos. Step 2, remove all gear attributes, which did not work in patch 69. Step 3, lose 90% of your player base. Step 4, well, that's it. I guess lose all your players. Bro's actually a goddamn clown. I can't believe this. This is so ridiculous. Like, it's just crazy. Like, I just don't understand. Bro has been putting his foot down all season. Or, like, a month and a half last season? I don't know how long it was exactly. I'd have to scroll up on the kitchen. He's been putting his foot down for over a month that solos and duos does not work in this game. Yet he's ready to admit it is willing to add solos back and fine-tune the dungeon balance for solo? What? It doesn't even make sense! Bro has lost his mind. Why not just balance the game in the first place for solos? Why go through all this? Why let your player base drop down to 2,000 players? It makes no sense. Not even to mention the goddamn store page. Bro, we're down to 25%. Look at the reviews, boys. It's over. It's over unless he changes his freaking mind. But this vision is cooked. I will play this game again if they add solos. I've said it. I've been saying this for weeks. For over a month. I will play this game if it has solos. I don't think the game is even good anymore because of the attribute changes. But I'll at least install the game if it has solo play. And it's not like it's a secret. I'm not like, I've always been willing to play Dark and Darker because I like the extraction genre games. If I can play solo, that's all I've been asking for. Forever. It's not like I'm suddenly changing my mind. I've always felt this way. I've been wanting to play solos. I miss normals solo gameplay. I played that for fun for like 2 months on and off on stream. The blue gear normals was probably the best. Oh, don't worry. We'll get into all the paragraphs. I'm gonna start from the beginning. No, trust me, there's a lot of rambling to go on. Yeah, he's actually insane. Bro actually thinks he's insane, Hydrox. He is insane. This guy doesn't have any idea what he's doing. Okay? There's no sane developer that would consider removing such core gameplay features and then and then bring them back so quick. It's crazy. Bipolar is probably the answer. All right, I want to read this. I want to read this talk, all right? This is what I'm here for anyway. So the last time we talked in the kitchen, by the way, was June 11th. So it's been 3 weeks, or almost 4 weeks, since I've talked about this. So it's been a while. When was my last Dark and Darker stream as well? Hold on. When was this last dad stream? Oh, yeah, when was my last dad stream? It's been a while, right? Hold up. I'm curious. Sorry, give me a sec. I'm curious. The last Dark and Darker stream that I did was... yeah, 2 weeks ago when I did the Soma video. I had another one, but I had to remove it. It was the one with Demo. But I got threatened. Not really threatened, but I was asked to remove it, and Not Like This had already gotten his video removed from YouTube. It was a suggestion to remove it, so I didn't really have a choice. I mean, he made it sound like a choice, but I knew it wasn't a choice. You know, I am not mad at Demo, by the way. I don't care. I don't care about the video being up. I'm not here to talk about Demo drama. I have no ill will against Demo. I really don't care. But yeah, the last stream that I have that's open was over 2 weeks ago. I've been really trying to move on from this game for a while. So I've been moving on to like Barony, Legacy, Apogea, Chroma Town. Like I have played like 7 games on stream. I haven't played some like weird freaking auto dungeon crawler game yesterday, which is kind of funny. Okay, anyway, I want to talk about this. All right. Keep in mind that SDF does not formulate his words like you would think a developer would. So when I'm reading over the kitchen talk, just remember, okay? Just keep in mind that it's like very rambly, okay? And a lot of it will contradict itself, okay? Like SDF will say one thing, and then the very next like thing he says will contradict the thing he said yesterday, okay? So keep that in mind, okay? That SDF doesn't really formulate a solid opinion. He flip-flops constantly back and forth, okay? Just putting it out there. Okay. While it would be ideal to present an impressive roadmap, we've often fallen short in preparation and lacked the ability to anticipate the future, which made us hesitant to make such attempts. Moving forward, we will make an effort to better prepare and take on the challenge of providing a clearer roadmap. Have they ever given us a roadmap at all? How much content have we gotten? No, hold on. I'm gonna ramble. Hold up. Sorry. I'm gonna read the. I need to read more before I start rambling already. Before we share a full-fledged roadmap, I'd like to take a moment to explain my thoughts on the current state of the game and the direction we're heading. Although I believed I had already explained things from various angles, I've come to realize that many people are still unsure of what SDF's vision truly is. It's so goddamn comical. It's just so funny. It's so stupid. Like, look. Do people not understand? Is anyone here unsure about SDF's vision? Or do we just not like SDF's vision? Hey, yes. Thank you for the $5 dono, by the way. That is a dub. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, man. This is... oh, damn it. The freaking poop emojis. This has made me reflect on my lack of skill in communicating our intentions clearly, so this time I will try to explain things more intuitively. Alright? I have not read any of this kitchen talk, but I'm just gonna say 2 things right now. Number 1, no, I do not think that us, the people, are unsure of what SDF's vision is. I think that we do not like SDF's vision. I think his vision is trash. And I think it's ruining this great game, or was once a great game, because everybody is now leaving, and the queues are pretty soon. Actually, I was watching the lore on stream the other day, and he said that he can't even play High Roller because there's no players. So even with this change, the people left because the player count is so small, you still have to play normals. Like, the lore is one of the, he is a trooper, all right? He really, he is stuck with this game way longer than I gave him credit, than I thought he was going to, right? If he tells me that HR is dead and he can't play HR, then I'm going to take his word at face value. I believe him that he's not able to play it, okay? Right? So not only do I think that him trying to tell us that we're not sure of his vision is almost insulting, because I think most of us do, we just don't like it. I also do not understand this whole thing about the roadmap. What content have we gotten in the last 2 years? 90% of the content that SDF releases, or that Iron Mace releases for us, is balance patches. It goes, +3 axe damage, +5 axe damage, +3 axe damage, +5 axe damage. Or we could look at any other freaking stat in the game. It's all like this weird number balancing that almost gives the illusion that the game is being worked on. Meanwhile, the amount of actual content that we get in this game is almost none. If you compare it to what Iron Mace was able to do years ago when they first released this game and created the game from scratch in 1.5 years. Somehow, Iron Mace was able to create this game in 1.5 years, right? Yet somehow, in the last 2+ years, they have not been able to do anything to fix it, right? It's crazy, right? So, no, I do not think we don't understand his vision. And I also don't think the roadmap is the problem. It's that we don't get any content compared to what we used to. I also don't think you get sued for $6 million for no reason. The lore said that the other day, and I agree. When we design a game, we fundamentally do not chase after currently successful formulas or create games specifically for target audiences we don't fully understand. Just because that audience is large. The simple and honest reason is that we're not particularly good at developing games in that way. Okay. There are many great studios out there that are exceptionally good at that kind of development, but at the very least, I'm not that kind of person. That's why, at a fundamental level, I make games for players who are similar to myself. I believe I've mentioned this before. Real talk, I think SDF got lucky. I think Iron Mace got extremely lucky in creating Dark and Darker from what they got off Nexon. Well, I don't know, I don't know the exact details of what they got from Nexon, but they did get sued, and they did lose the lawsuit. So I think SDF just got very, very lucky, and as a result, I don't think he actually understands what we enjoyed from the game. And now that he's trying to create a game off his own vision, I think he's lost. I think he doesn't understand how to make a game that people like. I think they just got super, super lucky that the game blew up the way that it did. I think SDF doesn't understand that people like the random modifiers. Well, they liked them before they decided to make it like 12 all stats and 12 true fizz or whatever, or 20 true fizz, whatever the hell the stats were last season that were crazy. Most people liked the random stats before they became super powerful. You know, when we were in that like middle area where gear was pretty plentiful and stats were good from randomization, it was good, right? I mean, I don't know about you. Guys, I'm not back for Dark and Darker. My game is not even installed. Stop the cap. I have not played Dad in over 2 weeks. This is a drama stream. I will not install Dark and Darker unless we get solos, or I need to go there to like check something for stream. I do not plan to play it. I freaking hate Dark and Darker. Not without solos, at least. Anyway, moving on. I would have been okay with that. Dark and Darker too? Yeah, I'm good. I'm down. I'm down. You love the news flash special format? That's basically what this is. Yeah, we're like, it's like a news channel for Dark and Darker. We're not actually playing the game, but it's very interesting to look into the mind of SDF and look at what he's doing to this game that I've invested 3,500 hours into. I have a personal, emotional investment in this game. So of course I'm going to talk about it if something crazy happens. And I've been saying since the beginning, by the way, that if they add solos back to the season or back to the game, I will play Dark and Darker. So anyone that's surprised that I would come back to Dark and Darker because solos exist just doesn't listen to what I say. Because I've been saying for a while now that I would play if there's solos. And that's kind of the whole reason I even made this freaking stream. Because I was going to go play Dungeon Stalkers today. I actually had Dungeon Stalkers open and ready to go. But I wanted to talk about this first. In the beginning, the game was developed based on the principles I mentioned earlier, targeting players with preferences similar to mine. However, as playtests progressed, we came to the realization that a much wider range of players than we initially expected were enjoying the game and seeing its potential. Am I wrong? Didn't SDF mention that he didn't like randomization on gear? So how did he target players with preferences similar to his if he doesn't like gear gap with randomization? Am I wrong here? Well, just to be clear, when I say that I would play the game for solos, it would be just waiting for the next extraction game to come out. Because right now, I have nothing else to play. What is it? Dungeon Stalkers playtest ends today. Midnight Walkers, where the hell is Midnight Walkers? Oh, it's gone. Midnight Walkers comes back on the 3rd, and so does Vault Breakers, which I did reinstall, by the way. So we have some games to play soon, and I would play any other extraction game over Dark and Darker at this point. But if they add solos, I will still play it just to see what's going on, right? Anyway, as a result, instead of continuing to dig deeper in the original direction we had set, we decided to shift our focus towards trying to meet the growing demands reflected in the feedback we were receiving. As I've said before, I'm not the type of developer who excels at satisfying audiences I don't understand. That is the realest sentence I think I've ever seen him write. I'm not the type of developer who excels at satisfying audiences I don't understand. Yes, at least he acknowledges it. He does not understand his player base. He doesn't understand his audience. It's very clear that he doesn't know how to do this. But I didn't want to ignore the player's interest and expectations. This felt like a major opportunity, and I agree with the decision. We discovered that our player base included solo, duo, and trio players. Yeah. Hardcore and casual, those who enjoy dungeon crawling, players who love PvP, others who prefer non-competitive experiences. This range of audiences meant we had to address a variety of needs and preferences, which they did fairly well. We had PvE mode, for the super casuals, the people that do not want a PvP. We had solos, duos, trios, and we had normals in HR with Squire lobbies, or I guess Blue Gear lobbies, which is what most people seem to enjoy. So you didn't get like super hard gear diff, but you had an option of where to play. You know, you could play the hardcore HR gameplay, or you could play the more casual PvP and normals, or you could play no PvP. It was all satisfied, you know? And even though the player count has been going down every wipe, you can clearly see here. Now, I understand if it's hard to tell in the graph because it doesn't look like it. This right here, this is actually a wipe. Even though it's hard to tell because the player base barely increased. Yeah, every wipe we've lost players, but shocking, the wipe that we lost the most players on, who would have thought, is the wipe where you remove solos, duos, and you remove gear modifiers. And you threaten the PvE players to remove that mode too. I'm shocked that PvE even didn't get removed, but SDF flip-flopped on it, so whatever, right? Because we wanted to quickly build a structure that could satisfy these different groups to at least a certain degree, we ended up making a series of shallow choices and going through countless trial and error. As a result, development often felt like a series of reactions of the moment rather than deliberate long-term planning. I believe him here, by the way. I believe him. I believe that the development of this game was them looking at the very short term and just doing whatever they thought was good at the time, not looking at what the long-term part of the game would look like. This does not surprise me whatsoever to hear him say this. It makes perfect sense. I mean, every single balance change that happens that usually ended up ruining the game in some way or another. Like, remember the Blood Exchange patch that we got where Blood Exchange would infinitely heal you? And they did it twice, by the way. The first time Blood Exchange was it would infinitely loop heal with Achilles Strike. And then they ruined Blood Exchange again to where it would heal you a ton every time you hit somebody. So there became like a lifesteal hit barbarian build. So then and then they just kind of ruined Blood Exchange and just made it useless unless they've changed it since the last time I played. But as far as I remember, it's been useless for a while. So there's so many different decisions that Iron Mace makes that feels like a short term, let's see if this dart hits the wall. And they don't ever really plan for what they want to do for the long-term future. And it's very clear, you know, by SDF removing solos, duos, and modifiers this season, and now saying that he might consider, you know, bringing back solos, modifiers, and all this other shit. It's very clear to me that he does not understand how it's a long-term plan. He would rather make a change in the short term and then lose 90% of his player base, and then say, oh, my bad, I didn't know you guys didn't want it. It's not Iron Mace, it's SDF. Well, SDF basically is Iron Mace, because SDF makes every decision for the company. SDF is an egomaniac. I know that there are other people in Iron Mace, but SDF controls literally everything. Like, it's basically the same thing, because he makes all of the decisions, right? You say that, but they barely added any content in 2 years? I said that earlier, Karma. Yeah, I said that. The amount of content, I mentioned that when I was talking about the lawsuit. I am convinced that SDF or Iron Mace really did steal a lot of content from Nexon. I don't think you get sued for $6 million for nothing. And I think looking at how much content they've released over the last 2 years compared to what Iron Mace was able to do in a year and a half from, you know, not stealing from Nexon, I think it's very clear that they got some very, very useful information or useful foundation to create their game from them. I think it's pretty clear at this point. I used to be a shill, by the way. I defended Iron Mace. I said, no way would they steal that. I said that, you know, I don't like Nexon. I've never liked Nexon, by the way. I don't think Nexon is a good company. You know, it doesn't make me like or dislike them. But I already had the dislike of Nexon. So it was very easy for me to look at that and go, you know, like, of course I was going to say that it was, you know, that Iron Base was the, you know, the little guys here, you know, that were striving to make this game against the big bad Nexon that were just trying to silence them, you know. I was the shill forever saying that you know, that Iron Mace did nothing wrong. And I acknowledge that now, that I might have shilled a little bit too hard for these guys. But I love this game so much that I just could not. It just was what it was, right? Well, from my understanding, 6 mil is the minimum that Iron Mace is going to be required to pay. However, I believe that there is still court filings going on, and I think Nexon is going for more, but I don't keep up with anything court related except for what I hear through like the community grapevine. So if that is not true, or if there's anything that's been updated, I have no idea. I have no problem admitting when I'm wrong. If I do or say something wrong, I have no issue whatsoever in admitting that. Yeah, that's you know, no issue there. $10 season pass to play solos. Bro, if they released the $10 pass to play solos, I would just, yeah, I mean, that would just be the end of that, right? I don't think even SDF is that stupid. That reminds me of the calling when they released the calling tokens that you had to use to play the game, and you had to pay like a monthly sub to get extra tokens to play the game. I don't think even SDF is that stupid, right? Probably not, at least. Is it only SDF that, well, okay, here's the thing though. If it's only SDF that's responsible for the trade secrets and not Iron Mace as a whole, I don't know the details, but SDF makes most of the decisions for Dark and Darker. I mean, SDF is like the lead guy, right? He makes all the decisions. So if SDF did get trade secrets from Nexon, it's very clear and easy to see why Iron Mace could make so much progress way back in the day over the course of a year and a half when they left Nexon versus what they've been able to do in the last 2 years. It's very clear looking at that it's like objectively, I don't know, man. I mean, you don't just get sued for $6 million. All right. No, honestly, I was such a shill for Iron Mace that even if Nexon came out and showed video footage and said, hey, this is what our game looked like, and then showed Iron Mace's footage, I probably would have said that Nexon created the footage to make it look like Iron Mace to make them look bad. I was 100% on, you know, I mean, there was no reasoning with me at the time. You could not have shown me a single shred of proof that would have made me look at Nexon in the positive light in terms of that lawsuit. There's nothing that you could have said or done that would have ever changed my mind there. It would not have changed. Why do I say solos might come back? Because SDF, the lead developer himself, said so in this kitchen chat that we're talking about right now. I mentioned it earlier, maybe like 15, 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I wouldn't bait you. If this guy didn't literally say it word for word in the kitchen, I would never make a title like that. I would never clickbait you guys. That would be scummy as hell. Well, you know, it's very easy from a streamer perspective to be by uh blinded by decisions made by companies or just objectively looking at a game that you're invested in. because it can be difficult to get a legitimate opinion that isn't biased, depending on what it is and what you're looking at. For example, I am a super nerd when it comes to extraction games. If it's an extraction game, you know, I love to play it, right? Fantasy, at least specifically, right? So, I mean, take your pick. Legacy, Midnight Walkers, Mistfall Hunter, Dungeon Stalkers, Shadows of Chroma Tower, Expedition in the Darkness. If it's an extraction game, I will probably like it no matter what, right? I am 100% biased when it comes to extraction games, and that's okay. I am willing to admit that I am biased, okay? I am, you know, I'm not trying to hide it. I am. So whenever people join my chat or they go into my YouTube comments and they say, "Hey, this game looks like it sucks. Why do you play it? Are you paid to play this game?" You know, because you know I got asked that for Expedition in the Darkness, right? I got comments that were getting upvoted telling me that the only reason I would play Expedition is because I got paid. The reality is no. The devs never talked to me or even paid me to play that game. I am just such a extraction game uh enjoyer that I will enjoy basically any extraction game that you throw at me. It could be bad, it could be good. I will probably still like it, at least to some degree, you know? And I am willing to admit that. But it makes sense though, right? Greed is good. I was kind of Dark and Darker shill at the time. I don't think I really like Greed is Good that much. I did play it on stream once or twice, but not really. That game really wasn't that good. I mean, I did play it and it was okay, but I didn't play it for the full launch. I only played it for like some play testing. I don't play EFT. Oh my god, sorry guys. I'm missing so many freaking comments. Do I play MMOs? Used to play World of Warcraft, and Apogea is probably the next MMO that I'm considering playing for stream, whenever that comes back. Changes responses to streamers? Bro, it's probably not responses to streamers, it's probably responses to the community as a whole. It's probably both streamers and the community. I mean, it's very clear. I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but I probably do. This is not the sign of a good game or a growing game. I mean, the reviews are dropping every single day. You know, the player count is fucking dwindling. It's crazy. So, no, I don't think it's only streamers like me or, you know, the bigger streamers, I should say, that are causing SDF to maybe backpedal. It's because the game is literally dying, right? I mean, look, you can call me what you want, but I have been saying for a while now that I would play this game if it had solos. So if anything, I would be a hypocrite if I didn't play this game if it had solos. Because I've been saying for a while now that solos is the reason I would play this game. However, that said, I also will not be maining Dark and Darker anymore, even if they add solos back and I play it. I am in such a state where I would rather play literally any other extraction game than Dark and Darker. You know? Give me Mistfall Hunter, give me Midnight Walkers, give me Vault Breakers, give me a new Legacy season, give me Dungeon Stalkers in a good state for launch with 10,000 players playing, and I'll definitely play it for sure, right? Give me Hunger, give me any of these games and I will play it, right? But they're not out yet. So yeah, of course I'm gonna play Dark and Darker if they add solos because I have no other extraction game to play. The moment the moment a competing extraction game comes out that I can play other than Dark and Darker, I will be here playing it. The moment it happens, I will play it. I promise. But right now, I have no other extraction games to play. So my channel has become like super variety based where I just play whatever the hell I want to play. Pretty much. Which is fine. But you know what I really like streaming is Dark and Darker or extraction games as a whole. Not just Dark and Darker, but just extraction games, right? That's what I like streaming for you guys. You know, if I had a choice between sitting down and playing you know, Midnight Walkers, I'm just going to use that as an example because I don't want to say dad anymore. If I had a choice between playing the Midnight Walkers from what I played on the playtest or playing like any other game, actually, I'm going to use Mistfall Hunter because I'm looking forward to that even more than Midnight. Regardless, I would play those games on stream over basically any other game in the world because those are what I enjoy playing. You know, I don't play what's popular very clearly. It's not like it's a big secret, right? I mean, we could just look at the Dungeon Stalkers player count, right? Give me a second, I'll pull it up. I mean, it's not like it's a big secret here. You know, I don't mind playing small games, right? I mean, Dungeon Stalkers had, what, like 1,000 player peak? And it's got like 500 now, because I think this ends pretty soon, so like people are probably just not playing anymore, even for the peak. But you know, it's very clear that I enjoy or will play basically anything if it's in the genre that I enjoy, right? So yeah, I will play Dark and Darker if they add solos back, but I will forever have lost the trust of SDF and the game itself. And the moment another competing extraction game comes out that I'm willing to play, I will jump ship immediately because Dark and Darker is never going to be the game that I can personally stream for good. It would only be something I would just kind of play if I'm bored, you know, waiting for these other games to come out pretty much. I was saying Classic Terra. I don't know what Classic Terra is, sorry. Just telling me because you like me as a streamer. That's okay, Loco. Yeah, I'm just telling you. I don't know if you've heard me say it or not, but I really don't see myself as a hypocrite for wanting to play a game that I've played for 3,000 plus hours, you know, if they add my game mode back, which is why I quit the game in the first place. I mean, solos is the big reason I've been bitching so much over the last like month and a half because I like solos, you know. I bought Dark and Darker for solos. Give me solos back. That's what I want to play. That's all I want, right? So if SDF wants to flip-flop and realize that his game is dying and realize how much he screwed this game from the start of the wipe, and he wants to flip-flop back to bringing solos back, I'm down, right? But until he does that for sure, because right now he's only said he might do it, right? If he does it for sure, you know, I will still play, right? I'll re-download the game, you know? Have I seen Blight Survival? I have not seen Blight Survival. I don't think I've even heard of that before, Love Syrup. Hunger looks like the one that'll be most competent between all of them. It's from a good developer. Yeah, I mentioned that too. Yeah, Hunger seems very interesting. I'm very much looking forward to that. We're saying it might bring it back. Oh, Mr. X, it's in the kitchen. I showed it earlier. It's down below. Gripes are fair. I mean, yeah, I don't think I've ever been off base here. I don't think there is a single point where I think I've been over the top in being upset that they've been removing solos from the game when I've been playing this game in solos for years. You know, of course I'm gonna be upset about them removing solo. That is the big reason that I quit the game in the first place. It's why I haven't touched the game in 2 weeks. 2 weeks for me, for someone who streams the game, is a long time to not play it, and that's through a wipe. I mean, that should tell you, that should be big red flag here, okay? Anyway, as a result, instead of continuing to dig deeper in the original direction we set, we decided to focus toward trying to meet the growing demands reflected in the feedback we received. As I've said before, I'm not the type of developer who excels at satisfying... Oh, wait, did I already read this? Hold up, I read this already. Sorry, I'm just rereading shit. Where did I leave off? Quickly build structure that can satisfy these groups to a certain degree. Oh, wait, maybe this is it. Yeah, because I started talking about this right here. Because of the solos, duos, and trios. Yep, that's where I left off. So because we wanted to quickly build a structure that could satisfy these different groups to at least a certain degree, we ended up making a series of shallow choices and going through countless trial and error. As a result, development often felt like a series of reactions. I read this too. I'm dumb. Yes. I mean, I still agree, but yeah, I already read that. Invest time, deep. Sorry, where did I leave off? Shit, I've been yapping for so long, I just forgot. Invest time in deeper content that would support long-term gameplay cycles. Oh, there it is. This is where we left off. In truth, we wanted to invest time in building deeper content that would support long-term gameplay cycles, things like training systems, personal housing, and guilds. But the shallow systems we created early on became tangled together, and we spent an overwhelming amount of time tuning and testing them instead. Hi Killer, we have been waiting for so long for this game's content to develop to what the game was originally promised. They were promising guilds years ago. They were promising a training ground because they got rid of the pregame lobby years ago. You know, there are so many things that has been promised over the years that Iron Mace does not seem to understand how to create, which is why I'm becoming convinced that SDF really did steal the scam, and he doesn't know how to develop it further because they ran out of content that they stole. But it feels like. Is it true? I don't know. I still don't think you get sued for 6 million for nothing, but it feels like it because I don't know how else you can possibly not be able to introduce any of these systems in this long period of time. It feels very, very crazy. They removed the pre-lobby because of gear sniffers. So if you don't remember, Killer, way back in the day, if you joined a pregame lobby with any amount of gear, the lobby would search around, and then if you got found, like if they saw that you have something good, you would get chased for the entire dungeon, probably by the entire lobby. So it was to try to prevent people from forming groups pre-lobby to hunt down, you know, geared players, pretty much. I think streamers were complaining about it a lot too, but I don't think it was just streamers, it was players too. Pretty much any player that ran geared didn't like the pre-lobby. Tell Repose to make a video about solos coming back. Oh, Repose! I didn't know you were here. Welcome. Repose, have you quit the game for good? I haven't seen you stream that I can think of, but yeah, it seems like you've pretty much given up at this point. I don't blame you at all, by the way. Especially after they also nerfed Rogue on top of the patch, which was insane. I did see you playing Apogea quite a bit, and I saw you were, what, level, like, 45 or something? I don't know, I saw you grinded the shit out of that game. So I'm guessing you liked it quite a lot. I liked it too. Waiting for new content? I'm waiting for solos to come back, which SDF appears to be crumbling. I think he's like on the verge of flip-flopping. I can feel it. The random modifiers and solos, I swear to God, I think it's going to be in the game in the next month. Because if they don't, this player count is going to drop to like sub 1,000. I swear to God. I can feel it. It's very clear that this current system is not working. It's very clear. Hey, Jad. Thank you for the sub, by the way. Bro, you know that I watched Repose before I started making content, right? I mean, I watched his road gameplay back in the playtest before I even started creating videos. So, like, are you serious? Okay, buddy. Calm down. Yeah, so Dark and Darker had a similar pregame lobby to Dungeonborn, yeah. Yeah, it was very similar to that. Way back in the day. There was a bug where you could pickpocket. Yes, that was a bug too, yeah. Yeah, where you would lose all your stuff from rogues, but There's been a lot of random miscellaneous bugs over the years at this point, pickpocket included. Couldn't they solve that by removing voice chat or removing gear preview? Oh, fun facts. Actually, the test server, bro, I could go on a whole I could go on a whole freaking tangent on 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 the I can't even talk. On the pregame lobby and the test server. They did remove gear sniffing or the preview of gear in test server, and for some reason, they never did it for the main game. I don't know why, but they just never ported it over. And then eventually it just got taken out. Correct me if I'm wrong. As far as I know, the gear sniffing never got removed from the main server. It might be because of that pickpocket bug. I'm not sure. Tangent. This is a tangent stream, so yeah. You remind me that they only had one guy for the bag inventory who left. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I made the cube video. What cube video? What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean. Bro, wait, do you mean Invisicubes? Bro, we don't talk about that. That video is privated. We don't talk about that here. Okay. I only showed that on stream like once. Okay. But if I Midnight Walkers, you want to know a huge fan? Oh, you didn't like it, Repose? You know, I did wonder, do I like Midnight Walkers because the game is good, or because data is in such a bad state that any game looks good when you compare it to the only other game in the genre, which right now is Dark and Darker? It almost feels like Midnight Walkers is trying to have somewhat similar mechanics. You know how like you can kind of like bend your body down, crouch, and I don't know, the game feels like it has some similarities to Dad Combat. I think it's better than it was in the last playtest. I don't know if you played the previous one, Repose, but things like sledgehammers, when you hit a zombie, they wouldn't even react at all. And it felt kind of immersion breaking because you would think in a zombie game, if you're hitting an enemy with a giant sledgehammer, that they would stumble or do anything. Instead, it was more like Dark and Darker, where you hit them and they just kind of keep straight coming towards you. So for me personally, I thought Midnight Walkers was in a better state than it was last time. Is it the best extraction game? Probably not the best. I don't know if you played Mistfall Hunter Repose, but that was my personal favorite out of all the other games. Hunger looks really good, but it's not out yet, so I'm leaving that out of my my preferences. I can only go off what I've seen as far as like, you know, what the devs have shown from Hunger. But I don't know. I personally thought Midnight Walkers was fun. You know, am I gonna play the playtest? Absolutely. Is it going to completely change my channel? You know, am I gonna full send Midnight Walkers forever? Probably not. But you know, I think it's good enough that I'll play it at the very least. Well, it's very clear that Midnight Walkers is trying to encapsulate the Dark and Darker feel, and I think a lot of people probably would agree with that. Even some of the skills I think are somewhat similar to Dark and Darkers, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, I guess, but I'm still just gonna put it out there that that is, you know, that is the case. You can't silence you about Invisible, bro. It's I showed it one time. How do you even remember this? Why were you here for that video? It was just one random stream. No, real talk, if you want to talk about what really is going to kill Dad for good, I think it's going to be Arc Raiders. I know that the game is a different genre, because one is a shooter and one is not. But I think there's going to be a lot of overlap in the players that are playing Dark and Darker, and I think when Arc Raiders releases, they're all gonna hop ship over to Arc. Even Lore, I think, is gonna hop over to Arc Raiders. I can see it. Lore, whenever he streams, he doesn't seem like he's having fun playing. I know that Lore plays it because of streams and he's addicted to the game. He doesn't have anything else to play, which I fully understand. I don't even know what the hell to play on my streams either, you know? But yeah, I think Arc Raiders is going to be the next big game, personally. Oh yeah, there are Twitch drops going right now for Dark and Darker if anyone even cares. Yeah, I have my Twitch drops enabled, so I wasn't going to advertise the Twitch drops because I just don't really care, but yeah, you're welcome to grab those on Twitch if you want. Here's EGB. Ah, okay. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. I was wondering. Yeah, love, maybe I'll check it out sometime later. SDF can't be kicked out, he's just gonna remain clueless on where the game is going. I mean, I kind of agree, but if he brings back solos, you know, I'll be slightly content. Not fully content, but I'll be slightly okay. The hunger leveling system looks so good. Then they made One Peg take his video down because he wasn't supposed to show it yet, but it had subclasses and talent tree. Wait, really? I missed that video. Wait, so One Peg has had access to hunger? Shit, I'm kind of jealous. I wish I had access to that. You actually enjoy shooters, so it's tempting. You know, that's what sucks for me. Shooters are not my favorite. I even, like, I streamed Arc Raiders a while back when it was on playtesting, and I really tried to like it, but I don't like shooters as much as I like the fantasy extraction games. So I'm in like this weird spot where if another fantasy extraction game is out that I prefer playing, I would probably play it. But if Arc Raiders is the only game out, I would probably play it just out of sheer boredom of wanting an extraction game to play when there's nothing else out. I think that's kind of where I'm at right now, if you're wondering, as far as Arc Raiders go. You know, I think Arc Raiders is going to be a really good game too, but I also have to admit that I'm not really huge on shooters anymore. So, you know, I might be able to find some fun in it, but it's hard for me to imagine that I could full send Arc Raiders and have fun playing it as like the only game on my channel, I think. Just got here, you're down for solos to come back, but if there's no modifiers, there's kind of no point anyway. That's true. Luckily, SDF also mentioned, I think at some point, that he might revert the random modifiers too. I think I read it somewhere, but I don't think I've gotten to that point yet. If he reverts both solos and random modifiers, then yeah, I'll probably play the game, but I'll still shit on SDF for making bad decisions. Well, yeah, hunger interests me a lot more than Hunt Showdown does, personally. I'm okay with games that are melee focused having guns as long as they're not the main focus. The Calling is a good example of that. The Calling technically had guns. It had a rifle, a magnum, and a SMG, but they were kind of rare. You had to make your build for them, and they weren't the all be all. So for me personally, I'm okay if Hunger, you know, does it similar to that where, you know, you have guns, but they're not like everybody running around with super high powered guns, and that's like the entire game. I like melee combat or the slower style of gameplay. Hunt is boring. I tried Hunt, but I couldn't get into it. I really tried. You played Division 1 and 2, you really enjoyed the PvPvE Dark Zone, you're switching to Arc Raiders when it comes out. I heard people say that they enjoyed the Division. I never played it, but I heard good things about it. I would assume if he does revert solos, he would also revert duos. That would be really stupid. You know, bringing back solos only would benefit me, but I also know is still really bad for the community. So I don't know what he would do there. Hard to say. Solos is not back guaranteed. That's why I used the word might. SDF said that it might come back, but he never. There's no guarantee here. No. If there was a guarantee, I would have made the title much more promising. I would have made the title. I would be happy on stream, more happy than I am now. This is more of a yap stream, but yes, he did mention bringing back solos if the game's not working, which very clearly I think the game is not working right now, personally. Well, yeah, I mean, it's true. SDF's reputation at this point is completely dunzo at this point. It's so just bad. FYI, there's a storm going outside. It just started. It sounds pretty bad. So if my stream cuts out, just know that it's not my fault. It's because my power went out. It happened the other day too. Yesterday, my power went out like 5 times, like on and off because it was such a bad storm. So FYI, if I disappear, it's because of the storm. It's not because I left. Well, they do censor the clown emoji on the main Discord. They don't censor these, but they have in the past, and they also have it completely banned from the tavern. If I go to tavern and try to type in clown, it's gonna block me from typing. I'm pretty sure. Last I checked. SDF sent thunder to me. Yeah, he heard me trash talking the game again, so he figured he'd send me some weather to knock my power out. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, yeah, that's about right. Why would you believe anything SDF promises? Oh, I don't think you should believe anything SDF promises. I just thought it was worth talking about because I know so many people in my own community play solos. So I felt obligated to at least talk about what SDF is, spewing out in his kitchen. This stream was more of a I'm bored and I don't feel like doing anything else. So I was like, I'll just do this instead. I was gonna stream Dungeon Stalkers, but I figured I'd talk about that a little bit. Okay. For example, when we introduced the random modifier system, I personally had a lot of concerns. However, I wanted to realize the fantasy of creating powerful, synergy-based builds like those seen in roguelike games and playing the games through that lens. That's why we decided to test the system during the playtest. You know what's weird to me? Uh, did SDF... He's... Didn't SDF seem to enjoy random modifiers for the most part? I mean, SDF is the one who's made decisions to make random modifiers, stronger than they were in the past. So it's really confusing to me when he talks about not liking random modifiers or being concerned about them because he makes decisions that makes them stronger anyway. So it's very weird. It's almost contradictory. So like what he says is not the same as what he does, you know? Backpacks 2 years ago. Yeah, backpacks and quivers never made it in, unfortunately. You're from Russia? Oh, welcome from Russia. Hey, Igor, man. Good to see you. I don't speak Russian, I'm sorry. SDF literally added all movement speed. SDF added movement speed on all gear, 12 all, 20 true, and a bunch of other stats. Like, SDF is the one who makes the decisions. So I don't... It does feel weird, right? Maybe it's like his constant flip-flopping or he can't make up his mind, but he definitely does that for sure. Happy birthday. Bro, my birthday is not today. Why do people... You're not the first person who's told me that my birthday was like now. I got asked yesterday, I think, too. My birthday's not till July 11th, guys. We still have 10 days. I'm only 29, guys. I'm only 29. I'm not 30 yet. I'm still young for like 10 more days. Okay? Guys, it's not my birthday. Stop. I have 10 days. We can also just skip it. We can skip the birthday too. I can just stay 29 for another year. I'm down for that. Okay. You know, back in the day, Iron Mace was planning to give Rangers the elemental arrows too. I do remember that. The freeze arrow, I think like freeze, fire, lightning, or some other stuff. He was gonna have Rangers with different effects. And I thought to myself, wow, how is that gonna be balanced? And then just never did it. Guys, stop spamming happy birthday. What the hell, man? What did you miss? My YouTube chat is spamming me happy birthday, even though it's not my birthday. It's actually insane. What did you miss? SDF has been rambling in the kitchen again, and he is on the verge of flip-flopping to wanting to bring back, or maybe not wanting to, but he's on the verge of flip-flopping solos and I think random modifiers back to the game. So, in typical SDF fashion, you know, his vision is not visioning, so no one is really surprised, right? Thanks, guys. I'm not even sure if I'm gonna stream on my birthday. I might like go out and do stuff. Maybe touch grass or something. Depends on what the weather's like and you know what I'm doing. Oh, the Nickelback is crazy. Yeah, Nickelback is insane for sure. The last time I saw Grayson listening to something in Dark and Darker Discord was back, I think, in the playtest when we weren't sure if the game was gonna release. And people were hyper fixating on it. Barony? I'd have to buy it. I never ended up buying it because I only played it during the free game days. But I mean, I could if I wanted to play it again. What is grass? It's this weird thing outside that you can touch, and I think it instantly makes you. I don't know. I think it makes you. I don't know where I was going with it. It's outside, man. I lost. I don't know. I had a brain blank. I had a like a witty thing to say. I lost it. It's over. Probably because I'm old now. My mind is not as sharp as it used to be. So probably because I'm gonna hit the big 3-0 soon, right? Pretty sure it's all over from there. My reactions are gonna slow down. I'm gonna start like dying to people in my dungeon extraction games, and then it's gonna be all over from there. Yeah, I saw that Barony's 50% off. I might end up buying it. I've been buying a few games for summer game sale. What did I buy so far? I bought Balloons Tower Defense 6. It was $1. I couldn't resist. Let's see. What else did I buy during the sale? I bought Slave Aspire. I bought Left 4 Dead 2. And I think that's it. But I had some other games I was looking at playing too. I was looking at Loop Hero. Oh, right. I bought Left 4 Dead 1 and 2, but I didn't want Left 4 Dead 1, so I refunded it to buy Left 4 Dead 2 instead. So I gotta rebuy it, but no, it's fine. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, I bought a few games, but they're more like for me to play personally. I don't know if I'm gonna stream them or not. We'll see. Maybe. Trade Balloons Desert Repose. I've MS, I've already played Hades. I beat it. I beat Hades years ago. It's a fun game. Probably one of my favorite roguelike games. I just don't own it on Steam. I played it on console. You're 37 and can confirm it's all downhill from there. Well, I'm not 37 yet. I'm not even 30 yet. We're chilling for now. God, you know what was so sad? The other day my dad told me that his like vision, it's starting to get hard for him to read things up close, so he has to pull out like a secondary pair of glasses and use them to read. And I asked him, "Is that what I have to look forward to?" Sitting there like an old man trying to like finagle up my glasses, bro. It's over. I'm cooked. I'm so cooked. Thank you, Honda Man, for the $5. By the way, I appreciate that. I'm glad you're here, man. Also, crazy that you've been here for a year. I did read that comment that you said. I'm not 60. No, not yet. I'm trolling by not playing Dark Messiah. I don't think I've ever heard of that game, though. Anyway, where did I leave off? Oh, yeah. In the early stages of testing, it was actually possible to create Superman builds with extraordinary damage, health, and movement speed. Weapon damage, true damage, additional damage were extremely high. Despite the presence of powerful options like all attributes and multiple gear, the time to kill remained short enough. With the right setup, players could strategically take on multiple opponents. At the time, combat seemed promising to me. That is true. Back in the day, the gear was similar to Last Wipe, where you could have just really crazy stats. However, not all players enjoyed this structure. In the community, there was considerable backlash against the one-tap meta. Didn't SDF bring back the one-tap meta this season? Don't you just play Barbarian in Squire gear and like one-tap people? Kind of like patch 69. Isn't this back because of the new modifiers and lower HP totals? Unless you're another Barb. Anyway. And many asked for longer time to kill. Of course, some of that stemmed from gear gap, which often resulted in public stomping. At the time, we wanted to listen to players and try to improve things in the direction they were asking for. Terry believed from the beginning that random modifiers were inherently difficult to balance and needed to be removed. He disagreed as it supported the random modifier. However, I eventually came to the same conclusion. Unless we made every player into a glass cannon, there's no way to provide a meaningful sense of hope when faced with gear gap. You know, if only there was a way to have two game modes. Let's call it like solo. I'm sorry, let's call it normals and high roller. And then we can make the normals cap out at blue gear. So that way you can't really gear gap quite as severely. And then make the high roller mode where all the gear is allowed. So the players that are in blues or below can't get gear gapped. And maybe we'll add a PvE mode. So players that don't want to get gear gapped or want to farm for gear safely can always do so with no risk. That would be a good idea. I think we should suggest that to SDF because I think it would really help with some of the issues that I think he's facing right now. I think it would be pretty smart. Maybe. It's just me. I know it's crazy. I know it's insane. Stupid me. Why would I say that? I don't know. I know. I'm just being dumb right now. I get it. Real talk though, I think SDF likes the one tap meta. I mean, this entire patch has made time to kill so fast, and now you really want to play Barbarian from what I've seen, or Ranger I think is good too. I've seen so many people get one tapped by windlasses, it's almost comical. Gear is also so bad, you can be in full gear and be like 100 HP. It's so sad. You admire my sincere request, but do you think they know how to code? No, I said it earlier. You don't just get sued for $6 million. At the same time, I was curious, would ideal combat really emerge if we changed the structure this way? So we gradually limited the impact of overly powerful modifiers, reduced the overall influence of random modifiers, and evolved the system to increase time to kill. In my opinion, the most fun way to play extraction games, like fantasy extraction, is to have longer fights. Because the longer a fight goes, the more skill-based the fight usually becomes. Gear can get in the way of it, and I think the reason gear gets in the way so much in Dark and Darker is because Dark and Darker doesn't have any skill-based way to overcome gear score, except for blocking, which has been broken for years. I saw that he said he fixed it. I haven't played the game, so I don't know if it's actually fixed. So the blocking isn't useful. And longsword, I think, is the only other realistic way that you can overcome that gear gap. And longsword got nerfed a lot. I don't even know how good it is now. But I mean, there's no real gameplay mechanics that allow you to overcome gear. So as a result, the game ends up just having this super fast, gameplay where you hit someone one time and you just like the fight's already won. It feels really bad having a fight with somebody and watching it become so over. I don't know. I just want longer fights, man. I want a fight to last longer than 3 seconds. You know? If I wanted to play a game that lasts 3 seconds, I would go play a shooter game where you can kill someone that quick, right? Longsword is the worst it's ever been. The Repose is like 15 damage. Oh, they nerfed Longsword? Ah, okay. Got it. Shield Bash has 45 damage. It's more damage than a Legendary Falchion. Oh, that's kind of funny. Is Shield Bash meta for fighter? Blocking is still not fixed entirely. It's overall fixed, but they cooked Longsword in process. Wait, I'm confused. Some people have said it's fixed. Some people have said it's not fixed. The movement does help, but I don't know if that's enough skill expression to reasonably overcome large gear gaps that Dark and Darker has. It doesn't have the kind of gear or skill expression that other games have. But the game is just, I think the game is just fun, I don't really mind the gear gap because they have modes to stop that from happening. If I'm in full purples, I don't think I ever felt like I couldn't beat someone in legendaries. I think last season having blue gear normals and then everything else in high roller was the best way is the best way to do it. I think blue gear is low enough that you should be able to not really become completely unkillable. Last season was a little bit ridiculous because it's SDF's fault though. He made the modifiers stronger. So whatever. But I think having the two separate gear brackets for normals and HR was a really good way to do it. And it's really annoying that we have these good ways the game states are and they just completely change it. It sucks. Patch 69 I thought was terrible. I hated it. I don't mind gear gap. The game already has systems in place that if you don't like gear gap, you don't have to deal with it. You already have PvE. You already have normals capped in gear. If you don't want to get gear gap, just don't play HR. I don't really think the gear is the problem. If you can't have a loot-based game with gear that's boring, that's how your game dies. This is what happens when you decide to remove random modifiers and the gear is as boring as it has ever been. Doesn't help that solos and doers are gone, but it's a mixture of all three, no doubt. Even the trio players are bored because there's no gear. The game isn't even a battle royale because when you play a battle royale, you can find gear that actually has an impact. The game is basically a death match. Team deathmatch with no solos. Whatever. That's what the game feels like more from what I've seen. Like I've watched lore play it a little bit, and it does not look fun. I just like the gear has so little impact. I don't know. Like if I played the game right now, I would play Squire Barb, and I would never buy any gear. I would just play Squire Barb forever. And if I find gear, I find it, but I would never, ever build for anything. There's no point. It's not worth it. The plus all Mooseby was a bit much. Other than that, it was great. Loot was in a decent spot. I thought Loot was in a really good spot last season, like the season before last, I mean. I really enjoyed playing with stats then. You can't have trio base with low player count. That's true. Lore told me on stream that HR is so dead that he has to play normals. So the same issue that was happening last season, where we had extra queues with solo, duo, trio, and some lobbies would feel kind of dead. The issue is now the same exact way that it was last season, except for only trio, because the game is just, it's dying. So, you know, you don't, even though you save queue numbers, you lost those players, so the game still feels dead, which sucks. I agree with you, Repose. 2 seasons ago that I was talking about, yeah, the gear was so good. I have no idea why SDF decided to make gear super broken last season, and then immediately after this season, remove it entirely. It's so confusing. I don't understand how we can go in such big swings. Except I kind of get it because SDF is insane. If it wasn't for SDF being so crazy, it would be really baffling. But yeah, 2 seasons ago was great. I loved it a lot. It was one of the most... I even made a video on my channel. Hold up. Let me see if I can find it. I made a video on my channel a few months ago. It was like right after patch 69. It was something about like they fixed Dark and Darker. Where the hell is it? How long ago was it? Like 4 months ago? Bro, I'll never forget. I made the solo duo being removed in Dark and Darker 3 months ago, and I got people telling me in my comment section that I was baiting. Like that I was overreacting and SDF would never remove solos and duos. Never forget. Bro, where is it? I don't know. I lost it. Anyway, I made a video at some point in time on Dark and Darker that it was right after I think it was patch 70 or 68. It was somewhere around then when they made the loot better. I really enjoyed the game at that point, and I thought the stats were in a really good spot. I can't seem to find the game, but whatever. Either way, just take my word for it. It's here somewhere. You're welcome to find it if you want. But yeah, we have had such good states in Dark and Darker over the past few months, and it's such a shame that we've fallen down to the point that we are now. We have had such good states of Dark and Darker, even in the last... Like, even knowing that Iron Mace has barely added any content in 2 years, and they don't know how to code, we've still had such good wipes. And it sucks. Man, it sucks. Well, the only reason patch 69 would be better than this patch is because we could at least play solos. So, there's that at least. Is it patch 68 that I was thinking of? It probably is. You know what I could do? I could search for patch 69 on my YouTube. I'll do it on my side screen. I bet I could search for patch 69 and then find that video because it was right before patch 69 released. Which is just so funny. Oh my god, it was 8 months ago? Wow, time flies. Bro, I'm old as dirt. What the hell? 8 months ago? It was that long ago? Oh my god. I had no idea. Ah, here it is. Here is patch 69. Here it is. 8 months ago. Huge legendary gear changes just saved Dark and Darker for casual players. 8 months ago. I made a video praising Dark and Darker because the gear felt good and legendary was finally able to be found in dungeon, so even casual players could play the game. I praised Iron Mace 8 months ago. I haven't always been a negative Nancy on this game. You know? I've you know, it's just... I haven't always been this way. I promise. And then... Like... Just what SDF does. I don't know why it brought my screen back down. This is super annoying. Like SDF does. Literally, like, a couple days later... They released patch 69. which is when barbarians were just overrunning every dungeon because gear didn't matter anymore. It's insane, man. It's like we just go in these back and forth flip-flop changes constantly. Like the game is in a good spot, then it's in a trash spot, and it goes over and over and over and over again, constantly. And I think SDF just gets lucky, and he doesn't actually know what's good and what's not. He just throws shit at the wall, and then sometimes it sticks, and sometimes it doesn't. You know? Like, I genuinely think patch 68, which was what this video was, I think SDF got lucky, and it just ended up being really good for the community. And then immediately after, they released 69, which was super hated. And then it, like, ruined the game again. And it's like, things can change in a matter of, like, a week. It's nuts. If we could, dude, honestly, I don't know if you guys know how private servers work. From my understanding, you typically find a specific patch where you want to build the game from. If we could get a private server that started from patch 68 and then have a, like, someone else development, like, you know, like the community or whoever decided to do it. If we could get community development where, like just get away from SDF, I would 100% play it. I don't know if it's technically, like, allowed to stream private servers, but if there was a private server for Dark and Darker, I would play it over the main game every day. I would love, I would love to play private servers for Dark and Darker. It would be so fun. You know what they say about grabbing opportunity? Yeah, but it's kind of hard because you kind of have to monetize private servers. But in order to do that, you have to be in a place where you can't get punished for it. There's certain game companies that can get away with it. One example would be Turtle WoW. They're able to do it because I don't know where they're located, but they're in a spot where Blizzard can't touch them. Because if you don't have any monetization, then you have to be like, you have to have the money on hand to pay for it, right? So it has to be somebody that's able to host the servers in a spot where you can't get taken down, right? So it's not quite that easy unless it's a private server that some rich or that people are willing to pay for, right? But it's hard to do that, you know? Who is going to be willing to pay the cost that it would take to run a private server like Dark and Darker? It's expensive. It's not cheap, right? So it's not as easy as going, okay, we'll just make a private server. You have to get it first. You know, you have to have someone that knows how to create that kind of private server. You have to find the spot where you want to start it, which I think patch 68 would be a good spot to go. And then I don't know, man. It would be a lot of work. It would be a it would be a very large amount of work. Well, it's not a lawsuit risk if you just do what I said. If you create the private server in a spot where you can't be touched, usually I think it's, yeah, China or Russia. There's no risk involved. Blizzard has been trying for a long time, from my understanding, to delete Turtle WoW, and they can't do it. If Blizzard can't remove a private server as popular as Turtle WoW, which makes money like from the game, then yeah, I'm sure that someone could make it for Dark and Darker. But I think the game might be, it's a little bit niche, right? You know, when you compare a game like World of Warcraft to a game like Dark and Darker, the amount of players that are, you know, that are playing the game is significantly lower. I mean, WoW's had millions of players, right? Dark and Darker is a much smaller thing. So how many players would realistically play a private server for Dark and Darker? I'm sure the hardcore players would, a lot of you might, but it's not quite that simple. You know, you have to consider the cost of the servers, and not all private servers are going to be able to work out too. There's been multiple WoW servers, and some of them have been taken down, you know? Just, I don't know, just some thoughts. SCF will sue for 6 mil? Wouldn't it be Nexon suing for 6 mil? I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna be the guy to make a private server. Yeah, that's not coming from me, so unfortunately. Yeah, it's probably Russia. That makes sense. I'll be back in a minute, by the way. Do it? Yeah, that's not gonna happen, man. I'm sorry. A lot of people talk about server costs when it costs nothing for companies to keep up servers. Is that really true though? Servers definitely have a cost. I mean, you're talking about money out of someone's pocket. So there's definitely some kind of cost involved in that, right? If there was a private server with good patches, you pay every month. Dude, I would honestly consider paying monthly. If someone out there was able to make Dark and Darker in an old state and like successfully was able to make the game good, I would absolutely consider playing it. I would support it absolutely. As long as I can stream it, I would totally do it. I don't know if I'd be able to though. Twitch has terms of service that usually makes it so you're not allowed to stream private servers. I'd probably only be able to stream it on YouTube, but that would be enough for me. I just have to do YouTube streams. Servers at the start are expensive, but they're cheap to maintain. Gotcha. That makes me wonder why the Culling was never able to keep their servers up and why they were. I think those devs were just bad though. That was probably a them issue than anything else. SDF wrote something today in the kitchen that addresses solo queue. Yeah, I know, Killer. I showed it earlier. Yeah, we're getting to it. I'm slowly working my way down the kitchen as we ramble. It's not like there's a lot of content to go over. I mean, SDF only rambled for like a few hours. So if I rush it, I'll be out of content. So that's why I'm here just yapping around. But yes, I know. I did mention it earlier. Maybe you weren't here at the time. I actually, at the very beginning, I showed it because I said that I didn't want to bait people to watch the whole stream just to see it. So at the very beginning, when I first started, I already showed it. Asvenvox? Bro, I'm not Asvenvox. I haven't watched any videos yet today. It's not Asvenvox, I promise. Dude, I might, I considered watching my goodbye video on stream. I thought about it. It's kind of a special video for me with all like the old footage. I considered it. We'll see. If I have time, maybe I'll consider it. Okay. Of course, I still couldn't fully let go of the original idea of powerful synergy-based builds. That's why there were times when all attribute made a return or time to kill was reduced, leading to seemingly contradictory updates. You're telling me, buddy. Every other update contradicts itself. I apologize for the confusion caused by these shifts. They were the result of two conflicting design philosophies clashing. He can give whatever excuses that he wants, but it's insane to me how many patches we get back and forth that just always contradict each other. It's actually insane. In any case, the result is that the recent structure is shifted to one where PvP is no longer decided by just one or two mistakes, but instead through multiple exchanges. Wait, like right now? The result is that the recent structure is shifted to PvP is no longer decided by one or two mistakes. That's just false, right? Is he talking about this patch? Because if you make one mistake on this patch, you're dead. A windlass can one-shot you. I mean, that is just a lie. If you make one mistake in this patch, you're dead. That's it. Like, you're donezo. GG. He's talking about right before this? Oh, is that what he's saying? When he said recent structure, I just assumed he meant this one. Hey, Laura, I was just talking about you. Welcome. Haven't read the kitchen yet? Yeah, he mentions that if the current structure does not work out, here, you know what? Just for you, Laura, I'll show it on stream real quick. I showed it earlier, but I'll show it again just for you. Where's it at? We are fully committed to finding a solution that can satisfy solo players. If the current matchmaking system where various group types cannot provide that satisfaction, then we will confidently bring back solo queue. In fact, we would shift our focus toward fine-tuning dungeon balance and design specifically for solo play to make it more engaging. We also plan to enhance the sense of looting satisfaction and give it the act of obtaining loot more meaningful. Whether that means introducing random modifiers again or adapting the approach previously used for unique items, our goal is clear: to ensure that players can feel truly rewarded through loot within structure that doesn't require adding more gear brackets beyond normal and high roller. Lord, don't get too excited though. It's SDF, man. This could go one way or the other. Don't be too excited now. You and I both know SDF is off his rocker, right? Yeah, no, trust me. You know, it's so funny, Lore. I was sitting here this morning, and I was thinking to myself, what am I gonna stream today? And then I saw the freaking ramblings this morning, or I don't know. Yeah, like earlier today. And I thought to myself, like, wow, I have to talk about this. Like, SDF is crazy. I had to. I couldn't resist. I was thinking about playing some more Dungeon Stalkers because the game closes today, but this is more fun. I love trash talking SDF. It's super fun. I can't believe they haven't removed me from partner, by the way. I'm still partner in the creator channel. It's shocking. Is this new? Yes, this is brand new. This is like a couple hours ago information. Yeah, no problem, Lore. Yeah, no, believe it or not, my stream is not clickbait. I promise. I don't know. I don't clickbait my viewers. It sounds like clickbait, but then when you think about the fact that SDF likes to flip flop all the time, you realize it's actually pretty feasible for that to happen. I'm just saying what everyone is thinking. That's why I haven't been removed from partner. Bro, I guess, but I don't think SDF likes it when people speak out against him. I don't know, man. I've been trash talking SDF for a long time now. I really am surprised that they have not removed me from partner. I really am. That's true. If I step over Grayson's toes, I'm donezo. That's true. I don't really care. If they want to remove me, I don't care anymore. I'm not here to be an Iron Mace shill. He's gaslighting everyone? SDF? Yeah, maybe. Sorry for just tuning in now. What do they specifically say to hint at solos? SDF specifically said that he might bring back solos if the wipe isn't working, is like kind of the TLDR. Not to mention also random modifiers. He is he's almost flip-flopped. He's on the verge. We've almost broken him, boys. Give a few more negative reviews on Steam. Maybe that'll push him over the edge. I'm still yapping. Yeah, that's what I do. I love yapping. It's fun. You mean I can just sit here on stream in front of how many people am I sitting in front of right now? Let's see. You're telling me I can sit in front of 300 people and yap about Dark and Darker together? Bro, that sounds like a dream. Imagine if we were all in the same room together. Bro, how fun would that be? It'd be so fun. Anyway, in any case, oh my god. In any case, the result is that the recent structure has shifted to one where PvP. No, I just read that. Yeah, because I started yapping because it's just false. It's just a lie. Let's see. Where was I weighing at? Competing at a high level now requires a significant time investment. Leveling up your skills takes a long time, and without a highly skilled trio, grading or preparing the necessary gear is a lot of demand. Real talk. Real question here. Does leveling your skills up take a long time? Because it's pretty quick, and you can get level 5 in like one game. You can get level 15 in a few games at most. Like, go to High Roller and go to like Hell. You can easily get 15. Does SDF not play his own game anymore, you think? Because that sounds like a comment from somebody who doesn't play Dark and Darker anymore. Am I, he means literal skill? Oh, is that what he means? Not like perks? I was thinking like perks. Oh, okay, maybe that's what he means. Okay. Okay, got it. I misread it. When I saw this, I'm thinking like leveling up your character, not your like IRL skill. Yeah, I just misread it. Okay. All right. I was wondering. I was gonna say it's super quick to level up your character, so that's kind of what I thought. Okay, that makes more sense. I came to believe that this structure hurt player accessibility and would ultimately hinder the game's long-term growth, so we made the bold decision to rework the structure entirely. That led to patch 69. This patch was so bad. Unfortunately, due to my lack of proper explanation, due to my lack of explanation and poor timing, the intended message was not clearly communicated. The patch caused unintended side effects. Does SDF really think that patch 69 it was only bad for the community, like from the community's eyes, because he didn't explain it properly? All right, show of hands. Who here did or did not like patch 69? I am pretty sure the majority did not like this patch, right? I don't think it had anything to do with the lack of explanation. I'm pretty sure it's specifically because the patch was just bad. It made it like a battle royale or a death match. Same as this patch, right? Like, did anybody like this patch? Am I wrong? Because I don't know who hell liked it. All right, well, that's like 10 people who didn't like it already. Patch 68 was the most balanced the game has ever been, and then they dropped patch 69. That's true. I showed my videos earlier. Patch 68, I made a video praising Iron Mace, and then I immediately made a video on 69 saying the game was, like, trash. Because it was just barbarians, W King people, and one-shotting everybody. Maybe we had a lack of explanation because he didn't know that players don't want patch 69. Yeah, maybe. Was patch 68 Bonk Cleric meta? I don't know what the meta was in patch 68, but I do know that gear was the most balanced it had ever been, I believe, during that patch. Druid has been ruining the game since it launched. This might be a hot take, but I think the game would be better if you removed Druid and removed Sorcerer from the entire game. Just delete the classes. They're both fundamentally flawed. They don't fit in the game. Those two classes have been ruining the game alone since they've been launched. Both classes. Screw Druid and screw Sorcerer. They suck. I hate them. Like, I hate them so much. If I could have Dark and Darker, but with only the starter cast of characters, I would be okay with it. Truth be told, I would be okay with it if it was only the playtest classes. Truly. I'm okay with Bard. I think Bard is like, I don't really feel like Bard is oppressive right now. It used to be, but I don't really complain about Bard anymore. But I don't remember the last time I had fun playing against a Druid, spamming transformations, and then turning into the 2-pixel rat form that I can't hit. I also don't remember the last time I had fun playing against Sorcerer that can throw, like, tons of AoE that knocks you back, and then moves that can literally one-shot you. I don't think I've ever had fun playing against either of those two classes. Sorcerer is the only reason why you play Dark and Darker? Really? I mean, I guess that's understandable. I mean, if you were a new player and you didn't start playing until Sorcerer, you know, your opinion might be a little different. But I think a lot of I don't think I speak for only myself when I say that anybody that was around pre-Druid and pre-Sorcerer, I think the game was objectively better as far as character balance goes, personally. Warlocks are easy to deal with. Well, they are now. Warlock used to be OP. Do you were you around when I was abusing Warlock back in the day? Where's it at? I used to one-shot people with Warlock all the time. Where is that? Was this it? Was this when I used to one-shot people? No, this must be it. No, this isn't the video I'm thinking of. There's a video that I have of Warlock where I would, oh, it was Nuclear Warlock. I think this is it. Or it's this. Oh, yeah, this is it. Who remembers Nuclear Warlock? You would run Phantomize in BOC and you would one-shot the entire lobby. It was so stupid. Oh, is this video mostly guide? Oh, yeah, it is. I don't have a lot of PvP here. Oh my god, it was so funny. Because Phantomize gave you 10% speed. It was so fun. Dude, oh, you know, the invis pots too. I bet that guy had fun. I bet that guy probably had a blast. Oh my god. It's so funny. Dude, the old Warlock was so stupid. The BOC Warlock was so busted. You would just kill everybody. Because BOC had insane scaling, and then Phantomize would give you 10% speed. It was so dumb. It was so strong back in the day. React to the video of SDF dying to his own patch. Wait, yeah, I saw someone else say that. Wait, I'm confused. Is there a clip of SDF dying? You think BOC's busted right now? Is it? Oh, maybe because of the lack of damage. Phantomizes 10% again? Wait, why? Is it really? Wait, why? Are they insane? Are you actually serious? Phantomizes 10%? Why? That makes no sense. Why would you do that? Oh, flip-flop. Back and forth we go. 10% Phantomize is broken. So they bring it down to 5%. Now it's back to 10%. Because of the 200% damage modifier and headshots. I don't know. Maybe it works in the current patch. Because there's no gear. Maybe it's okay. I haven't played the patch at all. So I'm only speaking from past experiences. But 10% is crazy. Yeah, I know you can cancel Phantomize. Oh, wait, what's this? Hold up, what's this? You said this is SDF dying to his own patch? Wait. What is this? I don't know if that music's copyrighted or not. I don't know what it is. I'm just gonna mute it for now. I don't feel like dealing with the, I don't feel like dealing with the, music copyright if it is or not. What exactly am I watching here? Is this just a compilation of SDF dying over and over again? SDF played Dark and Darker for 3 hours and couldn't... Wait, so is this just him just dying over and over and over again? Like, SDF just can't survive a single game? That is kind of funny, actually. That's very funny. SDF can probably only survive if he has super high gear gap, I imagine. I don't think SDF plays the game a whole lot, so it kind of makes sense. That's pretty funny. It's funnier that someone made a compilation just to show that he keeps dying. Yeah, I would have played it with sound, but I heard that music. I don't know what it is, but I just don't feel like dealing with it. Because YouTube will yell at me. If I play music that's copyrighted, I'll have to like mute part of the VOD, which is annoying. So I'd rather not do it. Although it didn't sound like copyright music, so I doubt it, but just in case. Okay. Let's see, where did I leave off? I came to believe that this structure hurt player accessibility and would ultimately hinder the game's long-term growth. So we made the bold decision to rework the structure entirely. That led to patch 69. Oh, I already read that, right? Yeah, I was clowning on him for that. Okay, moving on. My inconsistent decisions and shallow responses to feedback from various types of players have led to the current state of the game. Wait, he actually said it? And I now believe this outcome is not ideal. Wait, did he actually say, like, he finally admitted it? He admits that he's shallow? And he's inconsistent? Grayson licking Nickelback? I saw that. It's pretty funny. Think if you're gonna make balance decisions, you should actually be able to play your own game. That's true. That's true for sure. Wait, he's still talking about the state of the game before the patch? Wait, that's what he... Oh my god. Are you serious? Okay, let me keep reading then if that's the case. That was entirely my mistake and I will not repeat it again. From now on, I'll move forward with clear focus towards the final vision for the game. Alright, never mind. I got baited. I just got horde baited by SDF. I thought he meant that he acknowledged that he was shallow right now for this wipe. My bad. My bad. He's talking about previous wipes. He thinks. Sorry, never mind. False alarm. This does not mean that I'll stop listening to player feedback. Rather, it means that I want to stay true to the direction we're aiming for, filtering feedback through that lens without being easily swayed. To put our future direction more simply, we will move away from the current model where investing time makes a player's character increasingly more powerful, and instead shift it to a model where players become increasingly wealthy. Huh? Of course, players who invest time will feel amount of power growth, but I want to ensure that opponents never feel helpless. But there's no point of being. But why would you need to be wealthy? There's no gear. What's the point? Wait, what? Why are you spending time to collect gear and wealth if the gear doesn't have a use? It's more flip flop. Yeah, I'm sure. I believe it. Read that sentence again. Which one? This one? Yeah, it makes no sense. What the hell does he mean? What the? Why does it matter if you're more wealthy? If the gear doesn't do anything? I don't understand. What's the point? Jesus, dude. My God. To speak a little bit more specifically about the current game state, I'm genuinely satisfied with where things are right now, and I plan to use this point as a foundation for further tuning. Is SDF. Am I even allowed to say the word on Twitch that I want to say? You guys can probably figure out the word that I want to use. Is he special? Is SDF special? Is he is he is, I, I, I don't, I don't, I don't even know. Oh my God. Is he what? Bro at 11 a.m. yesterday said I'm satisfied where things are at now. Meanwhile, the player count is down to 2,000 players. The Steam reviews are mostly negative. And the very next day, the literal next day, he puts a thing here saying that that he would consider bringing solo queue back and reintroducing random modifiers. So what is it, SDF? Are you satisfied with the game having 2,000 players? Or are you satisfied with actually making the game that people want? What's the play here, buddy? Oh my God. While not yet fully confirmed and therefore not included in our internal. Oh God. I would like to introduce systems such as mastery that grants additional bonuses based on your proficiency with individual weapons or armor. For example, gaining 1 true damage when gaining max proficiency with stiletto, or getting a slight increase in armor rating when maxing out proficiency with fine cuirass. Additionally, based on our previous multi-class testing, we're also considering a training system resembling a subclass concept where players could allocate levels across multiple classes. Oh my god! He's so stupid! Oh my god! What is he doing? Bro's gonna bring back multi-classing! Oh my god! Bro is actually gonna bring back multi-classing! No way! No way he said this! I never read this. No, I don't, bro, I don't keep up with Dark and Darker. Not to this degree, at least. I think I had a conversation with somebody about multi-class, but I didn't read what SDF said. Not that I can remember, at least, unless I have a goldfish memory. Oh my god. Subclass is not equal to multi-class? But he calls it multi-class setups. But he uses the word multi-class. He says it right here. Multi-class setups. He says it. It's his own words. All right. Anyway, as move on, bro. This is so much more entertaining. There's no extraction games to play right now, bro. Do you really think I'd be here yapping about Dark and Darker if Midnight Walkers or Vault Breakers was out? Bro, give me another extraction game to play and we'll be playing it. I haven't talked about that in over 2 weeks. As for the Quiver, development has been paused because our original vision was to support various arrow types, fire, poison, ice. I even said that earlier. And we haven't had time to fully explore or finalize that concept. I understand that many players want larger arrow stacks or quiver that works like a gold container, but in my view, Rangers are already strong enough now. So for now, I would prefer to keep some element of inventory resource in place. I'm also well aware that many players are dissatisfied with the sense of reward from item acquisition. We have no intention of keeping things in their current state forever. The reason why the single line random modifiers have been tested on the test server were not included is I wanted to establish a clear foundation for the kind of combat style we want to deliver. That said, this doesn't necessarily mean that random modifiers will return in the future, even though he literally said that earlier today, right here. Whether that means returning random modifiers, right here, his own words, by the way. However, we believe that each class must have multiple viable builds, and for now, we're focusing on making those builds work properly with the current baseline. After that, we'll consider whether it's possible to create something interesting through the Goldsmith service using gems. The semi-wipe will serve as a solid opportunity to establish and refine the standards for combat and game modes in preparation for upcoming Season 7. I welcome criticism as a sign of interest, but I also hope you'll consider to provide feedback so we can build a better game. It saddens me to hear claims that we're intentionally ruining the game. I remain full of hope for its future and have plenty of energy. All of us will continue to do our best to grow the game and evolve. We are truly grateful to everyone who continues to support us through all challenges. Okay. First of all, I've been waiting for a skill tree in this game or some kind of system for years. And then they released multi-classing, which was half-assed. It was terrible. And then it got flip-flopped back into obscurity. So it's gone. So do I think that this kind of system is even going to ever exist in the game? I'm gonna be real with you. I bet you this system right here, the weapon proficiency, does not get added into the game for over a year. If it ever gets added. I don't think that'll happen. Also, I really I really think SDF liked multi-class. I know you guys are trying to say it's just a subclass system, but I don't know, man. The way it's gonna, I don't know, man. It's just so funny to read because I've been waiting for a talent tree for so long, and I feel like he just keeps going back to multi-classing. What do I even say? You know? Wait, what about Legacy? You bought the game after my stream? I rug pulled. What are you talking about? Yeah, I rug pulled. I rug pulled what? What? What do you mean? I did a Legacy stream already. Bro, I play Legacy like once every 2 weeks or so. I've already done all the content for the wipe. I don't have anything left to do. It's gotta be a joke for sure. It's gotta be. Also, does anyone here genuinely believe that the quiver takes so much development that it's been years? Like I don't understand this. How is Ranger strong? Okay, I have a genuine question for you. How is Ranger stronger if I have 5 stacks of 20 arrows or if I have like 2 stacks of 50 arrows? How is Ranger stronger one way or the other? I'm asking because I don't play Ranger and I don't really play Dark and Darker anymore. So how is Ranger oppressive if they add a quiver, a basic quiver? Well, it hurts them because they don't have any inventory space, but that's not a fun game mechanic. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of Dungeonborn, the Sword Master, where you had to hold swords in your entire inventory, so you could never loot until you got PvP kills. Quality of life is a big part of each class. Well, I think it should be. I think the quality of life of having a quiver should have been important to Iron Mace. It's not fun to have a bunch of stacks of arrows in your inventory. Rangers don't have scarcity of arrows already. The good Ranger players are not running out of arrows. They're just going to bring like 200 arrows and they're just not going to loot except for PvP. But now you're not going to loot PvP anyway because there's no loot to be had regardless. So I fail to see how this is going to make Rangers OP. That's what I don't understand. So I understand that he said the development for the original idea was fire, poison, ice, but in his own words, I understand that many players want larger stacks or a quiver that works like a gold container, but Rangers are strong enough now. What I don't understand is how Rangers become stronger by having a quiver. It just makes it a higher quality of life. The good Ranger players are not running out of arrows. They're going to bring like 200 of them. They're not going to run out. Rangers are so OP they don't deserve quality of life, but that doesn't make any sense either. Quality of life is good for games like this. You know how to make Rangers OP? Take away random modifiers, buff bows, and double damage of limbs. Yeah, Rangers would be pretty nuts. Maybe add a windlass that could one-shot people to that dome. That might be pretty good too. The problem is Legacy might have Legacy's quality of life is not good. It's one of the biggest downsides of Legacy, Seal and Sorcery. And the game hasn't quite picked up a lot of traction yet. Like, it's still pretty low pop. I don't know exactly the reason that Legacy doesn't do well. Like, I personally stopped playing because I got bored because I just did all the content for Wipe, so maybe it's lack of content, I'm not sure. But the quality of life is not there for Legacy. The stash organization is just miserable. So I'm not really sure if they have a lot there. I don't think Legacy's bad. I like the game, but the quality of life is not there. You don't understand why SDF can't accept and move on with his vision. It doesn't make sense from a business point of view killing your player base after 2 years. Well, yeah, well that's a good point. If SDF loses this job that he has, like if Dark and Darker dies for good, who's gonna hire SDF? Isn't it him that said it himself that the viewpoint of Iron Mace in Korea is very negative because of the lawsuit and like the way the culture is over there? So who is gonna hire a guy that has been sued and successfully sued for stealing trade secrets? Who's gonna hire a guy like that? Bro's gonna have to go work at McDonald's pretty soon, I guess. I don't really know what else he can do. I don't know. Well, I guess we'll see. Maybe that's the vision. I agree with you, Oscar. I'm with you. It does feel like most of the stuff that SDF says are excuses. Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. No, realistically, I think if Dark and Darker dies, SDF is gonna move on to a new company under a new name, and he's gonna go faceless, so people don't know that he's part of the company. I've seen other people do that before, like where a company disbands and then they kind of go off onto their own things. You know, that's what I think will end up happening if Dark and Darker does kick the bucket officially. Also, SDF. If you're hearing people claiming that you want to intentionally ruin your game, maybe that should be a wake up call. Just maybe. If your player base thinks that you're literally trying to kill the game on purpose to get out of paying more money for a lawsuit, maybe that should be a wake up call that your game is going in a bad direction and your community doesn't like it. We have a shrinking player base of almost 2K players. We have like 25% positive on Steam, and you have countless people upset. Like, I just don't I don't understand. Does he just not get it? If I was making a game and my community thought that I was trying to kill the game on purpose, I would like to think that that would be a wake up call for me, personally. More cloud emotes than players in dungeon, bro. That's oh my god. It's almost more players than on Steam. That's crazy. We're only 400 away from being more god emojis. That's crazy. Am I talking about my ex? Yeah, yeah. I always get sucked back to talking about this game, but it's just so fun, though. It's so fun, Lich. There's no other extraction games to play. What else am I gonna do? There's nothing else to play right now. I'd rather drama talk than play any of the other games that are out, which are none, because it's only Legacy and Dad. What am I gonna do? How do you get access to that channel? I have no idea. It was here for me automatically, I think. Well, Dungeon Stalkers closes tonight, so Dungeon Stalkers isn't an answer anymore. Yeah, Dungeon Stalkers isn't exactly a answer, unfortunately, because the game is closing. Also, the player count for Dungeon Stalkers has fallen pretty far. So there aren't enough players to really play the game. I mean, I was gonna play Dungeon Stalkers today, but I thought it would be more fun to shit talk SDF than play that game. So set it for a day. No, it ends tonight at midnight, doesn't it? Pretty sure it ends in 6 hours. What do I think? Revert back to when it was most popular? If they reverted back to patch 68, I think the game would gain a lot of players. Patch 68 was by far the best patch I think that we've had in recent time. The failure of Dad made you pick up fly fishing. Yeah, touching grass is yeah, they've done pretty well at making more people touch grass for sure. Not sucked into this game as much. The Midnight Walkers playtest, which I'll definitely be here playing, is July 3rd. But here's the thing. The Midnight Walkers playtest is not until 9 p.m. EST for July 3rd, but Vault Breakers playtest is 3 a.m. July 3rd. So I think I'm going to do 2 streams on the 3rd. One will be Vault Breakers, and then we'll do Midnight Walkers later at night, I think. You did yard work today? Bro, it's hot as hell outside. Yeah, I did some errands earlier today. It was freaking hot. I miss the blue gear lobbies for normals. I would 100%, if we had blue gear solos like we had last season, I'd be playing it right now. Midnight Walkers is July 3rd. 2 days. 9 p.m. EST. Open playtest. Blue gear normals was absolute peak. I loved it so much. As we communicate more, I feel saddened that the misunderstandings seem to increase due to my lack of communication skills. Okay, I am tired of SDF claiming that the reason that we don't like the game is that he doesn't, that like he always does. It feels like he plays the victim card, like, oh, woe is me kind of deal. It is not his lack of communication skills that has caused this game to die. This is just an excuse. That's all it is. The giant excuse. That is ridiculous. Like, acting like the removal of solo and duo and the removal of all gear modifiers is being taken negatively because he couldn't communicate his stuff properly. That's insane. However, despite making mistakes, I created this channel with the intention of speaking more often and sharing my thoughts. I'd like to take this opportunity in detail of what we're planning over the next month. As previously mentioned, we want to use the semi-wipe as a time to organize and streamline many of the things that have been developed so far. However, this is not about turning the game into something that merely reflects my own personal preferences. What? There's no way is he lying? Is he just straight lying to us or what? It's Are you honestly gonna tell me that this is not like it's his vision? He's the main developer. He calls it his vision. Of course it's gonna reflect. Right? That is exactly what it sounds like. I'm sorry that you don't understand what I'm trying to do. Something like that. I believe that for this game to grow, the gameplay loop must be smooth, minimizing friction or discomfort players may feel along the way. From that perspective, there are currently 3 key areas we believe are most important. Improving the experience for solo players, strengthening the meaning and satisfaction of looting in the current setup, and properly tuning the combat system so players can always maintain a hope for sense of victory regardless of situation. There is no way he just said this. This guy really thinks that he's going to be able to make a game where solos are ever going to have fun playing against trios. I, I'm convinced that he really thinks that's going to be the case. It might be able to work in other games, but I do not trust SDF to ever be able to do this. Maybe I'm the clown. The problem lies in the fact that the approach we've been taking to achieve this has been extremely low, or too extreme. Right now, everything is so entangled and trying to find the right balance feels like tuning mentioned earlier. That's why we want to first reset everything in completely plain state, clearly define our direction and guiding principle, then carefully and precisely reintroduce the elements we have already developed. We no longer want to waste time in this area. In that process, we want to accurately identify and address the things we haven't been able to fully examine. Okay. Crazy idea. Crazy idea. What if, okay, bear with me. Bear with me. What if under Dark and Darker Steam, we had a tab right here called Dark and Darker Playtest. Okay? Oh, like this, like Rust. Rust staging branch, okay? Dark and Darker, you know, what if we had a server we could have, right? That could balance and test all this random bullshit that SDF wants to do, huh? Maybe we don't lock the playtest on the blacksmith launcher that most of the player base doesn't use. Maybe we just add it to Steam. Oops. Where am I at? Maybe we just add it to Steam. Crazy thought. And then go a step further. What if you gave players an incentive to play the playtest server so you could get the feedback that you need? What if you got like 1 redstone shard for every 3 hours spent playing the playtest server for the first like 15 hours or something? That way, you get a lot of players with an incentive of, oh, I want to go earn redstone shards. Let me go test out the new server and stuff, right? And then, when you have ideas like this season, where you remove all weapon modifiers and remove solo and duo, you have people that can test it for you and not ruin the main game. We are fully committed to finding the solution that can satisfy solo players. Bro, I don't believe him for a second, dude. This here, improving the experience for solo, I'm telling you, SDF hates solo and duo players. I really don't think he cares about us. He cares about the money we give him, but we are not part of his vision. I think the moment that he adds back solos, which he says right here, adding back solo queue, if he does this, I think he is, in his mind, he's admitting defeat. Like, he's admitting that his vision will never work if he does this. That's what I think, personally. Yes, the majority of players are solo. I think it's 70% of players are solo and duo, and like 29% are trio. Yes, that is correct. And what's even crazier is I've been waiting for SDF to maybe balance the game for solos, and they always say it's too hard. We can't do it. It's too hard. So tell me why after 2 years, all of a sudden, SDF is going to start focusing on balancing the game for solo. His words, not mine. You know, he is going to balance the game for solo, even though he has been unable to do it for 2 years. And that's why he removed the game mode, because he doesn't think he can balance it. Because they've given almost no effort to doing so. Also, the fact that he has said multiple times that he doesn't like random gear, and he talks about reintroducing random gear, I think is another sign of he's basically giving up. Like, if this happens, if he adds solos and then remove or reintroduces random gear, I hope that he steps down from making lead decisions. I hope that he is able to admit that he does not know what he's doing for this game. I really, really do. We need someone to step up, man. I don't know how it would even happen, but we really need someone to step up and take over the decision making that SDF is making. It's unfortunate that it's a private traded company, because if it was a public company with stockholders, bro, this guy would probably have been canned with his golden parachute months ago. Unfortunately, we can't do that. We're also working to build a combat foundation that allows for hope even in situations where players outnumbered. I want every player in party, regardless of gear or skill, to have the potential to enjoy the game. It doesn't mean ensuring balanced matchmaking between strangers, but creating situations where, even if your friend is less skilled, you still have a chance to carry or clutch out a fight, making the experience more hopeful, enjoyable, and positive. Is this why he made everyone one-shot each other this season? Because if you make a mistake and you get hit once, like a ranger with windlass, like, yeah, you can probably 1v3, I guess. It's not fun gameplay, but you can do it. However, if carrying or clutching is only theoretically possible but rarely achievable, then parties with weaker players will end up repeatedly failing, and that group will struggle to enjoy the game. To ensure real moments of carry and clutch, I believe there must be tools or mechanics that allow players to reduce incoming damage to 0. Whether it's consistently creating 1v1 situations through map positioning, limiting threats before taking hits, is this like windlass one-shotting people? Or using abilities like guarding to fully block? These are the kinds of mechanics that makes combat possible. Right now, the system might feel somewhat extreme, but I've confirmed that this kind of combat is achievable, which is why I said I'm somewhat satisfied with the current state. That doesn't mean it's perfect or finished. It simply means that we've reached a point where I see potential to evolve while creating. Okay. I want to see SDF on stream 1v3 players in game. That's what I want to see. SDF, start up your Twitch stream. I'll watch it. I'll watch it on my own stream. We can have a watch party. I want to see SDF 1v3 players. I want to see him do it. I don't think he can. How is he confirming that combat is achievable when this guy, like, there's no way he can do it? Oh no, I saw the clips. I saw the clips of him dying for 3 hours to PV. I saw it. That's why I said that. I know. I saw like a video of it. Well, I think that's what SCF doesn't understand. The reason 1v3s work in other extraction games is because they're shooter games. Games like Tarkov, you can 1v3 because you have mechanics like sniper rifles or whatever that can insta kill people. The time to kill in games like shooters are much faster, allowing you to actually win fights if you're outnumbered, right? So I don't like I wish SDF would just lean into what does well for this genre. This genre is not made for 1v3s. Because if you have 1v3s, the gameplay is going to be boring and dull. Because it means you're probably dying too fast. These games are supposed to be skill based. Trying to make a game like this where you can 1v3 consistently, I imagine is very hard without making the gameplay unfun, which is what the game currently is. You know, you could have a ranger carrying around windlasses and one-shotting people. So sure, you could 1v3, but who wants that gameplay, you know? I think the most fun I've ever had in Dark and Darker is when I have long back and forth fights, but it's not very common. It's very rare that you have fights that are like real back and forth. Longer time to kill is always more fun for me personally. It's why I like Dungeonborn. Dungeonborn in general had longer time to kill. There were some metas that were unfun, that were definitely on the worst side. Looking at you, life one hit, and many other issues too. But you know, in the early days, the combat was pretty slow, and I think the gameplay was slower in general. I wish that game didn't have such garbage developers. But yeah, personally, I'm not expecting any of these fantasy extraction games to try to make 1v3s work. I just don't think that's going to happen, you know? I think that's more for shooters, not for these games. Repose, I've been asking for more melee mechanics for a long time, and every time I've ever brought it up, people have told me that I'm trying to ruin Dark and Darker because they don't think the game, like the mechanics of the game, should be more than what they are now. There are people that think that the current game mechanics are the best they could ever be, and anything else is like making the game like Mordhau or something. Like they don't want more skilled mechanics, you know, which is crazy. It's honestly hard to believe that people feel that way, but I would not be opposed to a more, you know, in-depth system, you know. I think the most fun part of these fantasy style games is that the gameplay and the skill ceiling is high. It's a lot higher to me personally than shooter games. Because when you get really good at games like this, you know, you really it really shows in gameplay, you know. Maybe I'm just not that good at shooters, but I feel like I can consistently win fights in extraction games. Maybe not Dark and Darker anymore because this game is wild. But other extraction games, I feel like I've gotten to that point where I play for a long time and I'm just never really dying because I've gotten to the point where my skill is there in those games. And I just don't feel like I ever get to that point in shooter games. Not quite like that for extractions. Yeah, I never said that it needs to be a huge, it doesn't need to be big, sweeping gameplay mechanics. But I really do wish that we had something there that made the gameplay feel a little bit more, you know, skill based. You heard my fight in Midnight Walkers went well. Bro, that made me so mad. I just spawned, okay? I missed my first Wormall swing, Sledgehammer swing. So I was gonna run away to heal, but I only had bandages, so I had to do like the long heal. And the guy chased me for 3 minutes. So, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, that fight was great. Loved it. Very fun. Will be an example of more melee mechanics. This is your first melee game. What would be good in a game like this? You know what I like? I like the ability to dodge in Mistfall Hunter. Honestly, I think Mistfall Hunter's skill ceiling is pretty high. There are a few cheesy things you can do in Mistfall, and the game obviously is nowhere near finished. But I could see the skill ceiling in Mistfall being pretty high, which makes me wonder how the game's gonna do when it launches. Because, you know, these hardcore extraction games cannibalize themselves, because if they're too hard, no one plays them. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. I did a stream of Legacy Steel and Sorcerer the other day. I think the game is fun, and I think it's also worth the $12 that it costs right now. But I'm just bored of the season. I have nothing left to do. So that's why I'm not playing it anymore. I don't really know if Mecha Break interests me. Probably not, but maybe I'll change my mind. We'll see. If it's got good reviews, I might consider it. Definitely not tonight though. I'm not going to be streaming till 11. I don't know if I can do a Yap stream and go for longer than a few hours. We will do our utmost to successfully accomplish the tasks mentioned earlier within the remaining period. Additionally, we will strive to complete the promised content and new systems and deliver them accurately. I apologize to those who have experienced inconvenience due to my extreme approach to problem solving. Please understand that our ultimate goal is to create a comfortable and enjoyable environment for all players who love this game. I feel like SDF just lies to me. I feel like I'm in a. I feel like, no, not me. I feel like we are in an abusive relationship with this guy, and he is single handedly ruining the game that most of us love and enjoy playing. And as a result, we are just here listening to his nonsense because he knows that we are going to look at it. It's just so stupid. He's Yatman maxing. Bro, this guy is the ultimate clown emoji farmer. It's insane. This guy is so good at farming clown emojis. It's nuts. You're on duos? No, he has not said a word. He only said that he'd return solos. I don't think he'd ever. It's that he didn't even mention duos. Player count? You don't want to see player count. I have Steam chart open, but you're not gonna like it. We're down to 2,000 on Steam. Yeah, it's not good. It's never gonna be good. It's all PR talk. You're probably right. I don't really see how this is anything other than PR. True. You seen counts like this before? Bro, we've had counts like this before on Blacksmith Launcher before the Steam launch happened. It's nuts. It's completely nuts. You feel bad for them they didn't steal the game? We don't know if they stole the game, but I will, all I'm going to say is you don't just get sued for $6 million, right? So I'll leave it at that. The vision's not just crumbling, it's on fire. Yeah, it's pretty. The fact that SDF is now doubling back and already mentally preparing himself for the flip-flop that's going to happen. Because I know that he is not going to be able to balance this game in the way that it currently is. So I know that they're going to I give it a month. And we're going to see solo queue back and probably the random modifiers too. That's what I think. 1 month. And we'll see it back. I don't even think saying that Trios is the inferior game mode is a hot take. Trios is only 29% of the player base. 71% of people prefer solos and duos. The trio players are actually a minority, which is fine. It's fine to have it's fine to have trios, but to force your solos and duos to play trios is really dumb. It always has been. It's already over. Yeah, that might be true, but I do have fun yapping about it on stream while I have nothing else to play. So that can be pretty fun at times. Yeah, I think the fact that Iron Mace has been unable to give any meaningful updates in the past 2 years compared to what they did in the first year and a half, more or less kind of proves that they didn't just get sued for $6 million for no reason, right? I'm pretty sure that's pretty definitive proof, right? Has Midnight Walkers come out for normal people? No. Midnight Walkers comes out on July 3rd. So we have two games coming out July 3rd. We have Vault Breakers, which comes out 3 a.m. on July 3rd, EST. And then we have Midnight Walkers that comes out 9 p.m. EST. $50 for Midnight Walkers. You have a timer going? Wait, is it 50? Oh, yeah, it is 50. Yeah, that okay. Yeah, that's it. That's funny. Yeah, the whole timer. So you're saying you're excited is what I'm hearing. Back to Tarkov. I really don't want to play Tarkov. Honestly, I'm probably not I might just not stream again after today until July 3rd. I might do Vault Breakers in the day and then do Midnight Walkers at night. But I'm telling you, yeah, I'm just kind of in the waiting room at this point. Anything that I stream would just be for fun. Like I just don't like I'm just for fun. That's it. Play some balloons on stream. You guys want to watch? You guys want to play some balloons Tower Defense 6? Faith, the difference is in League of Legends, you're not building up kits with your own gold that are lost if you die. It's a completely different example. That's like saying in Call of Duty, I play with 5 random people for a 6v6 team deathmatch, acting like it's not the fact that you literally lose gear when you're playing with randoms. Also, he didn't release the game as trios only. So the entire argument is not there. SDF already made the decision to make the game solo and duo years ago. So the argument of, well, if they didn't make it solo and duo 2 years ago, it wouldn't matter because it wouldn't have it. That doesn't matter anymore. There's no, that's it. And that's all I can say. It doesn't matter because it's already been done, right? SDF already made the decision to add solos and duos. So that's what the game has become. Most people do not want to play with random players having gear that has, a significant value to it, right? I'm one of those players. I don't want to have to risk my own gear with two randoms, you know? Can I go to the wiki and check what was added in the last year? Um, I'll try. I haven't been on the wiki in so long. Is there a way to check the updates, like, month to month? If there is a way to check month to month updates for the wiki, I don't know how to. Yeah, but this doesn't have every patch. That's the thing. It only shows the most recent patch, right? I don't know if there's a way to view every single patch on the wiki. Also, Goblin Caves was made to be a solo map. Give me 3x3 Goblin Cave solo with no randomization, and I would be the happiest guy in the world. You can find all the patches on Dad's website. Do they even update their website? Do they update it with patch notes? Oh, they do. Nice. Okay. Man, do you know how long it would take for me to go through all of the patches in the last year? So what are we at? June 9th was the last? Alright, what do you think they've done in the last year? Bro, there's no way I'm gonna be able to sift through this. I mean, look how many patches there are. That's gotta be, what, 40 patches? 50 patches? It would take so long to sift through this. I think we can just safely assume that the amount of changes in the last year are not that much. Free to play. Well, free to play players, can they use gear right now? I guess it wouldn't really matter if they could or not. I don't really know what's going on with the whole free to play nonsense at the moment. Maybe they can now, but the gear doesn't matter, so they'll just, I guess they'll just hit normals, right? Last patch they couldn't because they removed the blue gear. But now I don't think there's a cap for normals, is there? Iron Mace needs 4 hours for every patch because you don't get sued for $6 billion for no reason. And they don't really understand how their game's coding works. That's the answer for that. Alright, well, we can read a little bit of it. Let's see. So, June 9th. I'm going to skip the fixed issues. To allow players to experience full loot, we'll test an update for normals. The gear cap. Alright, here's where it's going to start. The gear cap for normals has been increased from common to legendary. The gear score has been enabled for normals. Normals are now split into 2 matchmaking pools. Yep, this is where the gear score started. It was June 10th. Let's see. June 14th. I'm going to skip the issues here. I'm going to try to find the meaningful changes. That stuff doesn't matter at all. Dude, we could actually make a list. Should we make a list of the changes that Iron Mace has made in the last year? That would actually be kind of funny. Should we do that? Start on June 10th and have like a little TLDR for what has changed. You think ChatGPT could help me out here? I don't know how much I want to read through these patch notes. It'd be a small list. Oh, that's funny. Oh yeah, I was going over my expedition info. That was for my video I made. Alright, you know what? We'll do a TLDR just for fun. How about that? Alright, so we'll start at June 10th, huh? I need to do it so I have both on the screen. Hold up. Let me do it this way. Come on. Or why is it being There we go. There we go. Perfect. Copy and paste it at ChatGPT for a list. Yeah, I don't know if I really trust ChatGPT for this kind of thing or not. Let's see. So what do they do in June 10th? So the big change for this patch is normal mode being allowed to bring legendary gear, right? That's the main thing that I'm seeing from this patch. We already kind of looked at it, so. Normal get ready changed from common to legendary. You think? All right, I'll try. Maybe I can try ChatGPT. I don't know if this is gonna work, but yeah, we can try it. Let's see. Let's see. Iron Mace's testing changes the free-to-play version of Dark and Darker by updating normal. Wait, ChatGPT is godly. Wait, that's like the only important thing in the entire patch, and it's right in the very beginning. That's crazy. Bro, this shit is this shit is wild. Wow. Okay. That is nuts. Wow. It's crazy. Okay. GPT is for the win for sure. Look, it even like it even shows what has been changed. Even talks about the matchmaking pools too. Welcome to a new world. Well, I've used ChatGPT before, but I haven't used it in. When did ChatGPT first release? Because that's the last time I used it. Back in, yeah, it's been a long time. They've improved a lot. That's crazy. Okay, so June 10th is gonna be. Oh, let's see. Well, that's it, right? I mean, that's just it. Normal gear ready change from common to legendary. Really, the only thing that's important here, right? Bug fixes, gear score. Sick. Okay, so I'll just do this for every single one, right? Wow. ChatGPT for the win, huh? All right, let's do it. Let's see. Iron Mace has introduced a platform link system that allows players to transfer their progress. You know what? That's fine. We'll even add the useless or the non-game stuff. Let's see. So in June 14th, they added platform linking system. To address pay-to-win concerns, Squire Gear now has limited access to Marketplace. Only legendary accounts can trade. Also, legendary accounts now get fools. Oh, this is when they added the full-size shared stash. I actually forgot that was in June 14th. Okay. Shared stash tab added. Wow, ChatGPT is awesome. Imagine that. Bug fixes. Don't care, don't care. Don't care, don't care. Okay. What's happening? We're going over the patches from the last year and figuring out what Iron Mace has been doing with their time. Oh, I can't wait for the weapon damage changes. I might have to add, yeah, I can't wait for the damage changes that are going to be every other patch. Can't wait. Exciting. Oh, it even gives the balance changes. And it even, oh my god, it's so neat. Look at that. Look how neat and tidy it is. And it gives the original value to the new value. Oh my god. It's so convenient. Yeah, because I don't want to read the slop that Iron Mace posts. It's too much info here. Tell it to not put in bug fixes. It's fine. I'll just ignore it. That's fine. Let's see. Balance changes. Like a cave-in first discovering fire. Bro, it's been years since ChatGPT wasn't quite this good a few years ago. They've improved a lot. You can just paste the changes again. I don't have to say summarize. Oh, it'll remember that I want it to summarize. Yeah, you're probably right. For sure. Let's see. How do I want to put this? Campfire and healing items added to starting kits. Clarity pots added. Adventure points. Quest and resource. Oh, this was when they made it so you couldn't AP farm with treasure. Remember that? It was so stupid. I forgot about that. Blue Napkin Lady, probably gonna be a month or so before that game comes back, I imagine. Oh the good update. The rat sounds being removed from background audio. Isn't that for Druid, right? I'm not even gonna put that. It's just stupid, but it is kind of funny. I think that's for Druid, right? Probably. Well, clarity pots aren't new. Wait, were they brand new at this time? Was this the first iteration of clarity? Wasn't this when they added them back? Or for the second time? Or was this the very first time they added it? Yeah, see, it says when resting. No, it's not the first. Because the first iteration of clarity pots, you could use them and then run around and still get the spell memory. This is the second iteration. This is not the first. Yeah, I promise you this is not the first. Hey Noah, what's up, man? You know what would be really fun? No, actually not fun. You know what would be really interesting? Taking the time to really deep dive and going through every single patch in the last year and looking at specifically the balance changes. I think that would be very interesting. I wonder what would happen if I posted multiple patches on the same ChatGPT, Mark. Like, would they be able to give... I'm gonna try something real quick. I'm curious. Add these to the previous notes. Wait a minute. What if I added, like, what if I just added every single patch? Because it'll organize everything, right? Scrape the patch from the site itself? How do I do that? Is that a thing? Like, could I use this URL to summarize every patch? Link the URL? Wait, is that a thing? Summarize all patch notes from this URL. That would be crazy. No, I don't think it quite has that inside the page. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay, let me try. Let me try. I see what you're saying. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm trying to do this in a way where I don't want to just jump off a cliff. Because the amount of time it would take to go through all this Iron Mace slop would be insanely unfun. If you had every single patch, you can legit ask it, how many times do they revert X change to X change? So what happens if I do summarize this URL? Okay, so I don't have to copy and paste. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so what if... Okay, hold up. Maybe we're cooking now. Oh, and every single one changes by one number. Look, news 57, news 58. So what if I just do it? Look, yeah, so I don't even have to do that. And this is probably like news, what, like 100, right? Every patch has the same link. So all I have to do is say, summarize these URLs. Well, I was thinking, what if I just do it this way? Yeah, what if I just do it this way? It's gonna take some time. Say it start from this URL to that URL. Tell it to change the numbers at the end of the URL. Okay, okay. Summarize these URLs. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. Summarize the URLs. See. Summarize the below URL, but also summarization by changing the end URL number to 57 to 121. All numbers in between. I don't think it's gonna work. I don't know. If there's a way to do it, I don't know how to do it. Yeah, I feel like am I the uncle now that doesn't know how to use ChatGPT? No, because this wasn't used when I was in school. No, I am the uncle. Oh no. I'm old. It's over. No. No. Yeah, let me see what happens if before I do every single link together. Let me see what happens if I do. Let me just do 5 and see what it does. Because I don't want to do it, 500 times and then it not work. Oh, look at this. Does it? Let's see. Class balancing, buff heavy weapons, nerf curse of pain, druid improvements, thorn barrier, treants, improve game performance, addressed class balance. I tried to ask it to change the URL, but it didn't work. Maybe I just typed it wrong. You don't have to do that. Just tell it to generate the link from 50 to 100, and then you can copy and paste the link. So what exactly do I type to make it do that? How do I do this? So, okay. So I want it to summarize and change this last URL. So what do I type exactly to make it say that? Give me a one for one that I can copy and paste into ChatGPT to make it do all URL. Generate the link from 50 to 100. Ooh. Wait, we're cooking. We're cooking. Oh, it's beautiful. All right, we're cooking now. Hold up. Let me see the very first patch. Is it number 1? Okay. Wait a minute. We're okay. I can do this. Okay. We're learning. Starts at 3. But for some reason it doesn't start at 1, it starts at 3, but that's fine. Okay. Generates this link from 3 to 121. Yep. Okay. Bro, I'm gonna do it from the beginning. Why not? It's gonna do it for me anyway. This is infinitely more interesting than playing the game, by the way. This is actually so much more enjoyable and fun. This is so much better. So when did 3 start? So August 17th, 2023. So it's about 2 years they've been putting notes here. Where'd it go? Okay. Okay. Now summarize all these links for me. Batch summaries. I'll summarize the notes in batches of a 10 to 15. Key themes. I'll highlight recurring themes such as gameplay balance. Ooh, gameplay balance. Wait. Okay. I'm gonna. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. We could definitely do something with this. Well, I've used ChatGPT before, but it's just been so long. Okay, so why don't we? We should ask him about balance, right? Ask him how many times Barb got nerfed. How many times has Barb been nerfed and buffed? And show me the numbers that changed. Oh my god, this is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. Okay. Hopefully we'll have to see how good it does here. Okay, so what did they do? See, rage, physical damage, savage roar change, rage change. July 24th to July 2000, or okay. Barb was called cheating. That's so Barb was so strong that people called it basically cheating. That's 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 funny. That is really funny. That is comical. Okay. So in the last 2 years, let's see, 2 to 3 notable penalties, 3 to 4 buffs. Movement speed bonus was nerfed once, then slightly buffed. Let's see. Give me exact dates and for these. Wait, it only summarized the last 5 links? Did it not do all of them? What do you mean? Did I miss them? Oh, hold up. Let me try that again. Oh, yeah, is it doing it wrong? Oh, hold up. I might have yeah, that might, maybe that's not enough. Hold up. Let me do this. Using every link, summarize every time Barbarian was buffed or nerfed. Yeah, you're right. I'll summarize every Barbarian buff over 3 to 121. Okay, this might be a little bit more, right? Let's see. Barbarian buffs and nerfs across Dark and Darker. Key changes. Rage physical damage reduction decreased from 40 to 30%, early hotfix. Later decreased further from 20 to 15. and eventually reduced again for 15 to 10. Fighter sprint skill grants momentum. Improve mobility, indirectly benefiting barbarian style. Wait, that's true. Barbarian actually, yeah, the movement is a little bit better because fighter got nerfed. Okay, so early 2024, they nerfed rage. Then in mid 2025, they buff rage again. Rage reduction, they brought from 40 to 30. Then they changed it to 20 to 15. Maybe there's something it's missing in between these. Now you can control F and look for Savage Roar, for example. Well, yeah, I mean, I know how to control F. I mean, where's Axe specialty? That's a good question. I think they're missing stuff. Because Axe specialization definitely got changed a lot over the last 2 years. Unless Iron Mace didn't put it in the patch notes, which would be very funny. Yeah, shouldn't Axe spec be up here? It's gotta be missing stuff, right? That we put it in the patch notes. Alright, let me try this. Using all links above. Yeah, maybe it's too many links. Why is it only Barb? Oh, just for testing purposes. I'm trying to figure out exactly how to make it work because it's a lot of links. So right now we have a 121 or 119 Dark and Darker patches. I'm trying to summarize them. Might get more accurate doing 10. Okay. Maybe we'll reduce the total. Ask it if it's good. That's kind of subjective though. I'm not sure if they would. Okay. Summarize barbarian changes using links 3 to 23. You can ask to put in text all the links and then you control F search. Oh, okay. Uh Puts all links in text below. Oh shoot, that's not what I wanted. Okay, hold up. Using links 3 to 121. Put the text which links refer to the word barbarian. All links containing axe spec. Which links refer to the word axe spec? I don't have access to browse or search the contents of URLs, but I can help you with a quick plan. If you want to find which of the Dark and Darker pages mention AxSpec, you can do a site-specific Google search. This will show the exact which pages mention the exact phrase. What does that do? Yeah, I don't quite know how to make it do what I'm trying to make it do. In the playtest post about the Midnight Walkers, they said in addition, the results made it clear that a focus test for US servers is necessary. I don't know anything about that, Kev. I have no idea. Maybe specialization? Maybe. Oh, so it's specifically a search engine Is that how it works? Gotcha. Yeah, it doesn't seem... It doesn't seem like it's able to... But it can pull some information. No, why would I play this game? This game sucks. No, right now we're trying to pull... I'm trying to figure out what Iron Mace does in their patches. But, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do it with ChatGPT. Why am I writing Act Spec instead of Act Specialization? And Barb instead of Barbarian? You realize that it knows what Barbarian is, right? I mean, you can see up here what I asked about. Look, or didn't I? Did I not say Barb? No, I said I used Barbarian. No, you're just gaslighting me into saying I didn't use. I did Barbarian. At least I did there. And yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with Barb because ChatGPT will know that I mean Barbarian. I'm pretty sure. Okay. So you said try a new one. If you want, I can help you draft a script. Yeah, so like ChatGPT knows that I mean axe specialization. Hold up, so maybe I just need to give it more prompts. So what if I ask, give me detailed information that shows every time axe spec was changed. The wiki doesn't have enough info. Yeah, there's probably a way to do this where we could get the info that we're trying to get. What you just copied, you have put it in Google. Wait, why? This here? Does that in Google do something? ChatGPT told you no, it's not going to do it. Sorry, but pulling and displaying patch note text from all 119 pages in full will be massive. Plus, it could run into copyright and practicality. Okay, so it won't do it. Okay, that's what I was going to try to do. I tried it, Berserker, on my second tab, but it didn't do anything. So I don't think it works. Ask it to put patches in the links into its database so you can ask questions. Okay. Puts the patch notes from links 3 to 121 into your database. I don't have the ability to do that. However, if you provide me with text or key contents, I can help organize. If you want, I can guide you on how to copy, paste, or scrape notes and then feed them to you for chunk processing. Sure. Manually copy and paste. Visit each link. Select the patch note, copy it, and paste it into a document or text file. Oh, I don't want to do all this, guys. This might be too much for my first stream using this thing. This is a lot. I'll tell you what, maybe one of you guys can figure this out. This would be a cool thing to find out, though. Going through every single patch and figuring out like how many times they've made individual changes would be very interesting to see. I would love to see how many times like axe specialization was changed, plus or minus. Interesting. I mean, it was still fun to look at. I still it's still kind of fun to look through this. Yeah, so in theory, I could probably do it, but I don't think I want to. Yeah, the amount of time it would take me to get 119 websites and all put in together. Punk is feeling overwhelmed learning new technology. Bro, that is criminal. Zachary, that is insane. Did you really just say that? Bro, that is insane. Wow. That's insane that you just said that. I can't believe you. Unbelievable. No. I'm an atheist. Thought Repose did this? Oh, did he? Did Repose do this? I have no idea. If he did, that's kind of I should look into it. I had no idea. There's no other games to play. Also, saying that I'm playing a game when I have it uninstalled is pretty funny. It's pretty clear I'm not playing. I'm just milking the Dark and Darker category. I could call it a milking stream if it makes you feel better. No, I was going over the patch notes because I was curious about them adding back solos. Pretty much. It is in his video. That's actually really funny. So maybe I'll just have to go find that later. Guys, I'm not trying to get into a religious talk here. This is a Dark and Darker stream. I'm not I'm not here for the religion talk. Please don't whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's let's calm down. Let's let's use different terminology here. The way you No, I don't practice any religion. I believe in aliens though. I know the aliens are out there. Probably watching me right now. They're probably very interested in my Dark and Darker streams. They might be watching it right now, you never know. Maybe they're tuned into the streams. Yeah, no, I don't practice any of that personally. Yeah, no, I'm only here to talk about I was really here to talk about the solo situation. We definitely yap for a considerable amount of time though. Definitely W. Full stream? You mean like hot tub stream? Like I'll take you guys with me on my phone and we can we can hang out together. SDF and Alien, I mean he's pretty crazy. I think he's an egomaniac. I don't know if he's an alien or not, but he's pretty crazy for sure. Solo not coming? I never said that. I mean it's right here. SDF mentions possibly bringing back solo queue and adding random modifiers again, but who the hell knows if he's really gonna do it or not? This guy's crazy, so maybe not. Hot tub stream confirmed. Hot tub stream would be pretty crazy. How about not eliminating souls in the first place? True. That would be a lot better. Yep. That'd be a lot better for sure. Aspen box? Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, it's not my fault there's no games to play. Give me an extraction game and I'll go play it. It's not my fault. I'm waiting for July 3rd. We're in the Midnight Walkers waiting room. That's what every single one of Ken's streams are called. That's what I'm here for. All right, guys. I think I've yapped long enough about this game. I think I did everything I wanted to do today. Hopefully you enjoyed my little, 3.5 hour yap fest. I'll be here very soon, actually playing some games for fun, believe it or not. We'll be playing Midnight Walkers and Vault Breakers on the 3rd. So nothing really going on tomorrow, but yeah, we'll be here on the 3rd for sure. Figure out how to do summary? Nah, at this point I don't really care. You can drop it in my Discord if you want. It's up to you though. I strong-armed SDF, bro. SDF doesn't listen to me. SDF don't listen to nothing I say. He doesn't care. Don't stop yapping yet? What do you want to know? What do you want to know about me? What do we want to yap about, boys? I don't know what else to talk about. How much can I talk about this dying ass game? SDF obviously hates it. What the hell do I talk about? We can talk about new games coming out. That would be more fun. Talk about Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders is pretty hype for sure. How well is Dark and Darker Twitch drops doing? We could check Twitch. How's Dark and Darker doing on the old Twitch? We are sitting at 2.3k viewers. Wait. There are more viewers than players. There are more viewers than players on Steam. That's so funny. Okay. That's kind of comical. Is Bartender more solo capable for Midnight Walkers? I didn't play Bartender very much, but I think Ken might have been playing it a bit, perhaps. My next date planned? Bro, you think... What? No, I can confirm I do not jump into the hot tub section of streamers. I can confirm that for sure. What do I do when I'm not on PC? Last night I played Borderlands 1 for a few hours. If that means anything to you. No, I play some solo games every once in a while when I'm off stream. Sometimes I'll play like Borderlands or I don't really know. Well, most of my games that I played were on console, so I don't really play a lot on my PC. I can't really show a whole lot here. Yeah, most of the time that I'm playing different games, it's all on like Xbox. Although I don't do it a whole lot anymore. We're only here for drama, guys. We're only here for drama. I'm not loading up Dark. I'm not installing Dark and Darker. I will install the game when SDF brings back solos. Until then, he's not getting 1 minute out of me on that godforsaken game. Borderlands is dope. Dude, Borderlands is fun. I really like the game. You know why I don't stream Borderlands? Because the last time I tried streaming it, every comment, like every other message in chat was, "Isn't this game spyware?" And I got tired of listening to people talk about it. Like it just I'm just trying to play Borderlands for fun. I'm not trying to answer weird, you know, privacy questions every 5 minutes. So I just stopped bothering. It wasn't worth it. Not worth it. But Borderlands 3, I never played it. I bought the Pandora box. That's why I have all these games. I haven't played a lot of them yet. I mean, well, that's not true. I played them on Xbox, just not on PC. Wait, you know what was actually fun? I don't know what the game was called. There was a game on the Steam store. It was a free-to-play platform game that was that you could have people join you from like you could, it was like a big team like party game. I think it started with a D. I don't know what it was called though. Anyone know what I'm talking about by chance? Probably not. Maybe ChatGPT could tell me the name of the game. I don't know what it was called. I don't remember. It looked kind of fun though. I wish I remembered. I'd play it on stream if I did. Any fun party games to play on stream? D section 13. I don't know. No, not that. No. I don't know if it was quite a party game, but it was kind of similar. ChatGPT, a short description, it'll tell me. There's not much. I don't even know if I could give a description. You know what I should have done? I should have actually written down the name of the game because I was browsing the free-to-play games. Wait, is Steam even safe to show on stream? Bro, Steam be showing some crazy adult games that I'm not even like trying to like play. I don't even know if I can show that on stream or not. Might have to put it over here for a minute. I have no idea. I think there's a setting to disable it, but I'm not sure. I don't have that setting for it. Because otherwise I would cycle through the free-to-play games and I could probably find it. There's a Steam setting to remove adult titles. Oh, is there? Let's see. Yeah, I don't have that setting on right now. I don't exactly know where that setting is. I could always find it later, though. Yeah, it's okay. I'm not overly worried about it right this second. I enabled it. It's disabled at default. Bro, I promise you. You can see my Steam games. I'll show them to you. Look, you can see my games over here. Look. Don't try to gaslight me over here, buddy. We can play Cookie Clicker. Cookie Clicker is pretty fun. I used to look. I got 47 hours in Cookie Clicker. I think I restarted a while back though. We won't actually reveal a hidden library. I don't have a hidden library. That doesn't exist. Bro, I don't have anything. Why the hell would I play those games on Steam? Bro, I already played Dungeon Stalkers on stream. This is literally Goon and Gooner, pretty much. I already did it. I have Terraria, but I don't have Starbound. I haven't played Terraria since 2023. It's been a long time. I have not touched this game in so long. What do you do? Wait, did you just ask me what I do in Cookie Clicker? Bro, you click cookies. You click cookies. What do you mean? It's great. It's fun. You haven't lived till you've played Cookie Clicker. Doesn't want to show hidden games? I don't have hidden games. I don't even know how to I don't even know what you're talking about. There are no hidden games. They don't exist. Cookie Clicker has lore. I know it does. I know. I haven't delved too deep into it, but I've played some. Oh, it's in store preferences? Let's see. Preferences? Oh, like in the Steam settings? Is that how I do it? I've been clicking cookies for 47 hours. Yeah, it's fun. Dart Killing is on Steam. I've never heard of Dart Killing before. My store? So I'm here. To the left of the title bar in the center. To the left of the title bar in the center. Oh, preferences. Mature filtering. Wait, doesn't this mean they should be hidden? It's already hidden, right? Because I'm telling you, the bottom. Oh, this means I allow everything? Ah, okay. Gotcha. So these will take away. Alright, so this will make it stream friendly for the time being. Till I'm off stream and I have to put it back on so I can see games like, I don't know, Cyberpunk or something. I don't, not that I play Cyberpunk, but I'm guessing that'll get blocked by that. I feel like I didn't know. Bro, that's crazy. What do you mean? I did see this crazy game under the trending free, but you won't be able to see it anymore because of the adult. Actually, you guys can find it for yourself. I'm not gonna talk about it. I didn't play it though, I promise. I just saw it because I was playing Skullhorde the other day. Alright, what is the game called? Let's see if I can find it. It was a party game. It was like a party platformer. It looked pretty fun. Looked like a game I'd play. But I don't know what the hell it's called. That's tough. I have not a clue. Bro, what do you mean? What kind of games do you think I'm playing on Steam, buddy? What do you think I'm playing? I'm taking myself deeper? What do you mean? You already saw me play Dungeon Born. That's like the only game I've ever played that has any kind of graphics. What do you think I'm playing, buddy? I don't play anything. I don't know, man. Five hidden? Oh, that's got it. That must be the adult games. Must gotta keep those away. Genshin? No, I don't. Have I played Genshin? I think I played Genshin for 5 minutes and then I stopped playing because I got bored. Yeah, I don't really play that game. I think I tried it like 5 years ago and I didn't really. I don't know. It wasn't really for me. Please look into Dark Killing. All right. You keep asking about it. What is it? What is this? Is this Dark and Darker 2.0? Bro, what is this? We got Dad 2. Dad 2 is here, boy. What? What? Can we play this right now? What? Bro, we really got Dad 2, huh? We're so back, boys. Wait. Wait. I can playtest this right now? Wait, I can play this right now? Wait, is this a real game? This isn't like malware, right? Hold up, what is this game? Wait, what is this game? Hold up, what is this? Hold up. What in the world? How did you find this? Zero bytes? Bro. Bro, it's 0 bytes. Bro's trying to get me to install malware. Bro, look, It's from 2024. When did this game even... This game is, this game's been abandoned for a year. Bro, no way I'm installing this game. Coming soon, my ass. Ain't no way. Where are the updates? Bro, there's no... I don't think I even install this. It's 0 bytes. That is sus as hell, right? 0? No freaking way. Alright, we'll check the player count. You know the player count is 0. Bro, there's 0 players. There are actually 0 players. It had a 170 player peak, though. That's crazy. Oh my god, should I just do it? Okay, I don't think if this game was like malware, it would still be up this long. It's probably safe. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna download it. I'm doing it. We'll do it. It probably is not even playable, but we'll see. RIP PC. I buy Steam library? Yes. Oh, bro, it might take a minute. Wait, it's not even 0 byte. Okay, it was a lie. Why did it say 0 bytes? Okay, that makes me feel a little better. It's actually a game. Alright, guys, don't forget to like the video, drop a follow, because you know this might be my last stream when my PC erupts from playing this literal dad clone from a year ago that no one's playing, by the way. Oh, wait, the game is down. No! Oh, no, it's down. No, I don't think it'll work. Hey, Snoz, thanks for the sub. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, man. I don't think it's gonna work, boys. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work, unfortunately. I have 7% virus. Yeah, I got 7%. Bro, this game looks so bad. Look at this. Look at this game. What is Dart killing? Bro, it's some dead Steam game that apparently was trying to make a DAG clone a while back. No, guys, this is no, guys, it's the dead game. You can't play this. I don't think the servers are up. This is a dead game. You can't play this. I don't even know if it might even be malware. Who even knows? Oh my god, it's like Dungeonborn. It's got the fire beam from Dungeonborn. Look. Wow. This game. I love how the trailer for the game has somebody dying in it. You know, I'm curious now. For this game actually looks like Dark and Darker in like a Chinese format. The skeletons even bleed! It is just like Dark and Darker. Did the mage pull an axe out of his ass? I didn't know. I don't know. I don't think so. No, I mean, obviously they just bought the same assets as Dad. Yeah, it's really funny though. Bro, low key, this game actually looks like I would actually play this if I can play it just solo, just for fun. I would totally play this, just to see. It's probably not gonna work though. It looks like it's down, but that's crazy, man. What am I at? I'm gonna try it when it finishes downloading. I'll try it, and then my PC will crash because the game is probably just malware anyway. Start killing? Yeah, this is I don't know how people find games like this. This game has been dead for like a year. How does anyone find this game? Dumb game load? It's got 50%. I'm waiting. I'm about to get Bitcoin farm for sure. 100%. Yeah, look, the last time they had any activity was from June 2024. A year ago. And I can't even read it. Like, what does this even say? I don't know. And that's it. That's the only thing that this game has ever had. I guess bug fixes. That's it. No other info about this at all. 50% of my bank account is crazy. Wait, is the game not even in English? So the game might be down, and it might not have English, but I'll still try it. Google Translate? Yeah, I could do that. It says fix local recording, fixed issues, optimize performance. Okay, so it's just bug fixes and performance fixes, pretty much. Well, I don't know if the servers are even up anymore. It might not be playable at all. Because, I mean, this guy from January said it's down, so it really might not be up anymore. That means I missed out big time. Unlucky. We missed out on, Asian Dark and Darker? Yeah, something like that. Prepare your graphics card running at 100% to get 0.00003 Bitcoin. Yeah, we'll see. Guys, do not download this game. Do not download this game. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I don't even know. It's not even off. Don't do it. You missed out on the dad killer? You mean Dark Killing? Yeah, I guess I missed out big time, huh? Wait, you think there's a Discord server? Hold up. Probably not. I don't even know how I'd find it. Yeah, it doesn't even come up. Dark and darker videos come up when I try to type that in. I keep hearing about Mecha Break. I wasn't really planning on it, but is this like the next big game everyone's talking about? 'Cause I keep hearing about it. So what kind of game? What kind of game is this? I guess it's a mech game. Uh, Unlocks in 4 hours. After the catastrophe, humanity harnessed the power of Corite, a mysterious carbon silica mineral. Dive into 3v3 deathmatch. 6v6 hero shooter. So it's a deathmatch hero shooter? Ah, Extraction. That's why you guys want me to play it. Go solo or squad up with 3? Wait, it's soloable? Is that true? Is it solo Extraction? Alright. Maybe I will play this game. If it's solo Extraction, I'll play it. I just didn't want to play, I don't play team games. So. Alright. That Eula probably just sold my soul, by the way, but that's fine. Yami posted a complaint video? Ooh, really? Is it time to watch Yami's video? Hold up. Let me look. The game is doomed? Reacting to SDF's delusions. Oh, man. Yami. It's funny. Cancel the queue? Oh, no! Oops. Thanks. Wait. I'm rich? Oh. I got this money from the Mistfall Hunter, stream stuff. They did like some kind of, I was one of the top creators for that game because there weren't a lot of creators. So they gave me, like, everyone got some stuff for it. You can call me, Shill Box. Steam Card Box, whatever you want to call me. Yeah, I'm waiting. 3%. So we can try this trash game that's probably not going to be any good. Shill Box? Yeah. I would have played Mistfall regardless, but that was a nice bonus. Hey, I'm not gonna complain. If they wanna send me 150 bucks for doing what I was gonna do anyway, I'm not gonna complain about it. I'm down. I'm not installing 2 games at once. The mecha break is queued. It's almost done. I fixed it. We're almost there. We're at 99%. I haven't tried it, bro. It's not even gonna work. I'm gonna turn this on and it's not gonna work. Confirmed. You already know it's. You already know. Literal virus. 150 could buy one modern AAA game in the next couple of years. Nice. True. All right. Let's do it. Is it going to work at all? It might not even launch. Yeah, I don't care. Oh, okay, it's launching. Virus installed. Nice. What is okay? Um. Okay. Oh, it's not gonna load. This is the whole game, isn't it? Oh, this is it. I can't go past this screen, can I? Unlucky. I'm guessing that says that the game is down. Sorry, guys. I tried. That's actually so sad. I would 100% have tried this game if I could have. No server to play. Abandoned. Yeah, the servers are off. Unfortunate. I tried. Yeah, this is probably the only patch notes that ever released, and it's from June. Probably. Oh, is that June? June 29th? From 2024. They got my info and no game is wild. All right. Unlucky. Sorry, guys. It could have been fun. If you got any other games that are like this? Oh wait, did Dark ever release? Get this shit off my computer. Did that game Dark ever release? You guys remember this? You know the lore of Dark? Let's see if I can find it. It never did? Oh, is it not on the store anymore? Let's see if I can find it. Dark. Yeah, I mean, it was just called Dark, right? I don't think it's here anymore. Yeah, because the emblem was kind of Dark and Darker-esque. But I'm not so sure if it's even here anymore. In your Steam, you can find Dark. Let's see. Dark Steam game. Wait, I think I might have found it. Here it is. You guys remember this game? Was anyone around at the time when this game was being talked about? This game is crazy. The lore behind it is nuts. It never released. That's insane. Yeah, there was a guy named Julian that was trying to make people pay to play this game before Dark and Darker released on released officially. And he just kept talking about that the game was gonna come out and then it never did. And he even roped Poshy Pop into streaming the game to try to sell keys or copies of the game, and it just never launched. The only thing that this game ever released, I think, are these screenshots. The whole game was just, yeah, it was just never meant to be. This game was supposed to release years ago. Probably got, yeah, I imagine it probably got abandoned. Wait, this guy posted emoji clicker? Bro, The developer for Dark posted emoji clicker. I guess he gave up and made other games. He said, well, Dark's too much for me. Let's make this instead. That is so funny. Okay. There was a trailer on Steam? Wait, is there really? Hold up. I don't remember. It's not coming up for me. I don't know where it is. This guy literally just made a few thumbnails and tried to take money from players and then bounced. Pretty nuts, to be honest. Dark is the best game since Sliced Red. This game is the best game in the extraction genre. Dark will kill games like Escape from Tarkov and Dark and Darker. Bro, this is from June 28th. It's from like 2 days ago. Or 3 days ago. That's so funny. Why are people even in the freaking discussion page for this game? It never even existed. Wait. Oh my god, there's a video. Wait. Oh, I watched this 2 years ago. I forgot I watched this. Ooh. Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh, you guys don't... Dude, I can't... Dude, this is like going through history. Dude, no joke. People were hyping this game up because Dark and Darker wasn't gonna release. This is it. The big Dark and Darker killer that was gonna replace Dark and Darker if it didn't release on Blacksmith. Just get the dislike. It's a like a browser add-on. Return YouTube dislike. Wait, was there just no sound for the attacking? It's just muted completely. Yeah, opening the chest twice is a really interesting mechanic. Also, why is he attacking with a torch? Does he have to search the mobs twice? No, just once. That is a massive inventory. Dude, look how big the inventory is. It's so big. Models aren't bad. I mean, I'm guessing they're just store-bought assets, right? They're not terrible. Yeah, why do you open up the stuff twice? That's so weird. Oh, there were no weapons developed at the time? Interesting. Oh, he has a dagger now. Okay. SDF make this? Yeah, this is SDF's on the side game he's working on. Well, he didn't have the dagger when I mentioned it earlier. He only had the torch. Yeah, the tunic T-posing is... Oh, he has mimics too. Of course, of course. How much you want to bet the reason that you have to open the chest twice is the first time is open to check for mimics, and then if there's no mimic, it turns into a chest. That's probably why, if I had to take a guess. Heading him with the dagger? There's no sound at all. It's crazy. The only sound is from the torches and that one mob running. These guys are completely mute. Playing Barony again? To be honest, I don't know. Maybe I'll play it again at some point. I thought about it. Oh, these guys have a sound. Is that a brain? What the hell is that mob? It's a freaking weird looking thing. The guy that made this was working on 3 games and he never returned because he forgot what was actually working. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I mean, at least there was gameplay. I forgot this existed. Oh, that's it, huh? Keep at it. You have a good base. Don't copy, but take inspiration from Dad. In 1 year, it might be something. Interesting. When was this released? 2 years ago? Almost 2 years ago? So this is the updated game. The gameplay feels very framey, which is crazy work because this is supposed to be... Oh, look! He actually did... He did do some updates. Look at this. Look at that character model. It's so creepy looking. Yeah, he did. So he actually did do updates, huh? I thought it just got abandoned from the start. I didn't think he was even working on it at all. I guess it's just abandoned. Wait, that's a crazy... It's like a jester. Oh, what is that? That's a crazy looking mob, isn't it? What game is this? This is a game called Dark that was supposed to release years ago to compete with Dark and Darker. Believe it or not. It never released. Oh, they say added sounds. Oh, did he have weapon durability in this game? He must have, because his weapon broke. Oh, what was the chest? Sorry, I was looking at my phone. Is the chest in was it one action? You can't hear sounds? Oh my god, you can't hear the sounds. Sorry. Yeah, I really thought you could hear the game. My bad. Crispy, turn it off again. Well, the video's not that long. It's only 2 minutes. Well, you know, it's crazy, isn't it? That this game, people were hyping up 2 years ago. 2.5 years ago. I'm not even joking. There was a Discord channel of people hyping the hell out of this game. Dude, the gameplay is so like blurry too. It's like you're watching it in like 480p. It's not me. It's actually the trailer. I mean, it looks like he was making progress. Like the first trailer is definitely worse than this trailer was. I wonder what it would have looked like if he kept working on it for a few years. How do you play this game? You can't. It never released. This is an unreleased game. Yeah, it's just a YouTube trailer. It sounds bad. Turn it down. Sorry. Here you go. Maybe I was saving you from your from the hearing, huh? Well, I think that's what it is. I think it's just a bunch of bought assets and put into Unity, right? It's loud still? Still? Ears are bleeding? Still? Bro, it's so low. Doesn't matter, the video's ending anyway. Did bro just fall through the map in his own trailer? No way, he just released a game trailer with him clipping through the map. That is so funny. Oh my god. That is freaking comical. All the patrons with $100 payment can die in peace? Bro. It's true. Yeah, do you guys oh, he died? Oh wait, but he still fell through the floor, right? I didn't know he died. Oh, I see the health bar. Okay. I see. So okay, that's the death screen. Okay. Hey, brother, welcome. Also, thank you for the sub. The 6-month resub. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Yeah, no joke. People were spending $100 for this game. Because Dark and Darker wasn't gonna release. So people were just throwing money at this dude in the hopes that they could have a dungeon crawler game. I'm not even kidding. It was crazy. It was like a little slice of history. It's nuts, man. It's nuts. The algorithm? Oh, I didn't look at it. I don't know what it was. Seems YouTube's algorithm is pretty crazy though. Well, that trailer was from 2 years ago. If they had decided to yeah, if this guy had kept working on this game, maybe it could have been something at this point, but yeah, at this point it's just an abandoned title, so it doesn't even matter anymore. I wanted to play this dark killing game so bad. Oh, it was 13 gigs. Why did it say 0 before? Weird. Dark and Darker is not a good name. I mean, it's okay. I think Dark is worse than Dark and Darker, personally. Oh, Mecha Break is installed. Nice. So this game comes out, dude. I maybe I will do a stream of this game. I wasn't going to, but since when do PC players complain about aim assist from controller players? I mean, I've played controller and I play mouse and keyboard, and I'm pretty sure mouse and keyboard has an advantage on most cases, even with the aim assist, because it's easier to aim with the mouse and keyboard. Is that a thing people bitch about? I guess. Is that a thing? Am I uninformed? They've been complaining about aim assist forever. Yeah, but why? Like, why complain about the aim assist? I don't know. It's so much easier to aim with a mouse and keyboard. Yes, uncle, you're informed. Bro, I'm not an unk, okay? I'm not an unk. A lot of people use a Zim so you can use mouse and keyboard, but it thinks you're a controller so you get aim assist. Well, that's a little different. That's basically just breaking the game. That's all. It's basically cheating. It's a little different, right? In COD and Apex, it's very overtuned and wins almost 100%. Really? That's interesting. I always thought mouse and keyboard was the superior way to play. Apex Legends controller. Oh, you know what? I do know that people bitch about controller on Apex. I forgot about that. I didn't play a lot of Apex, but I do remember hearing about this. I'm just surprised. I don't know. I always thought that it was so much easier to aim with mouse because it's more precise, but maybe the aim assist kind of breaks it in the other direction, I guess. So when does this game come out? Oh, never mind. I'm blind. 3 hours, huh? What, I guess 11 o'clock? I'm assuming. Either 11 or 12, depending on if it shows the minutes. How big is this game gonna be? Or is this a pretty popular game? Oh wow, you can tell it's popular because of how many freaking discussion posts there are. 11? Yeah, maybe I'll give this a try. I wasn't gonna play it, but since it has solos, I'll consider it. I don't like playing extraction games that are forced into teams. That should be pretty obvious though by the fact that I quit Dark and Darker, right? If you play it, I'll get viewers. Oh, for Mecha Break? Yeah, maybe I'll give it a try. Well, it could be a good thing to do tomorrow. Because I'm not going to be streaming until 11, boys. I'm going to be done here pretty soon. I've been yapping for too long. Jameis third person? I don't have an issue with third person games. I'm okay with first or third, personally. Really big and popular. Yeah, that's interesting because I'm telling you, I feel like I've never even heard of this game. Every playtest was successful. You missed the yapping? Brother, we've been yapping for 4.5 hours. You missed a ton of yapping. You can always rewatch the VOD if you want. But yeah, you missed a bunch of yapping, man. Am I gonna play the Midnight Walkers? Yeah, I'm gonna play the Midnight Walkers playtest, but that doesn't come out till the 3rd. at 9 p.m., so it's like 2 days from now. So, I mean, even though I will play it, we got some time before it releases. Yeah, no, this might be the game that I play. And is it a playtest or is it released? Because I'm so tired of these freaking games being playtests and not releasing. Like, sick and tired of it. Every freaking game is a playtest. Is it actually out? Like a game that isn't gonna just disappear in 3 days for 5 months kind of deal? The global playtest for Midnight Walkers is on June 3rd. Not for creators. This is a full release. Alright, maybe I'll give it a try then. Sounds like it's worth a try. We'll see. No promises on playing it tonight, but yeah, maybe we'll try that out. It says it's launching officially. Does it say it like on the screen? Oh, I just realized. Is it a free-to-play game? Because I downloaded it without a price tag. So is it one of those... I'm guessing it's free-to-play, right? I mean, it's gotta be. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to download it. It would have given me a price tag. Didn't really click till just now. I wonder what the transactions are gonna be like. Hopefully it's not pay to win or something. No mech games? I mean, people like mech games. Obviously. Bro, this game's probably gonna have like 10,000 plus players on it. Probably. Transactions are all cosmetic. So you're telling me it's gonna be a free game with solos and transactional cosmetics. 200k last playtest? Are you serious? Holy shit, that's crazy. I mean, I'm willing to try it. I'm down. I'm looking for something else to play. I'm not playing Dark and Darker. That game fucking sucks. I'm not playing Dark and Darker. I'm not doing it. Absolutely not. Sounds like we're playing Mecha Break. What is my Steam wallet so high for? Because I got some money from when I did Mistfall content. That there was like a creation thing, and they used my content for it, and I was like one of the bigger creators for the game, so they sent me funds from it. Check out other games. Well, I mean, Mecha Break's coming out in 3 hours, so there's really no need to, I guess, right? Free game, solo cosmetic. Well, I mean, that's enough for me to play it, for sure. Rolling in that sponsor money? Yeah, bro, all $150. I'm freaking rich. I'm freaking rich, buddy. Well, I don't know if I'll be here on stream in 3 hours. It might not be till tomorrow when I stream. No promises on that. I don't know what I'll be doing. But yeah, maybe I'll definitely try it out tomorrow though. For sure. Alright guys. I'm gonna leave it on that note. Click on their game. Bro. What is this? What is this? You baited me. You baited me. What the heck is this, dude? 3D waifu sci-fi RPG shooter? Thanks for the bait. Alright, see you guys. It's been fun. If you don't mind liking the video on YouTube before you go, appreciate it. Helps the VOD. Spread the word of anti-SDF propaganda. If you're on Twitch, drop a follow. Maybe I'll try out this mecha game here. Mecha Brick. Play that either tonight or more likely tomorrow. Because I don't know if I'll be up long enough to play it tonight. We'll see. See you guys. GG's. Catch you later. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it.